is in the cloud as well. The idea is to have a central point, and all the participants will connect to the same channel and discuss each other with all together. So they will send messages to all the participants, or just to one participant, to talk and give some information about what they are doing. For instance, so in the Eclipse Flux projects, you have 3 demos. The first one is the one I'm going to show you. It's the real-time live editing with Eclipse Orion and Eclipse ID. There is another demo that shows Eclipse Orion. So it's Eclipse Orion, it's a JavaScript editor. So you cannot do Java with Eclipse Orion. But in this demo, they show Eclipse Orion talking to an Eclipse JDT and having the content assist. And there is another one, which is the file system synchronization. So the idea is, so it is used by So how it works, you have a Node.js server that uses Socket.io so this is the central point. Each participant will exchange well-known message. What I mean is that it's not magic. Each participant has to know the protocol, which message can be received, what's the schema of the message, and what they can do to reply to response to the other participants and to communicate. So Flux is relaying all the messages and broadcasting or replying to just one participant the message. So you have 2 models of kind of discussion about, with all the participants. The request-response. So one participant would send a request so it will be broadcasted into all the participants. And maybe one of the other participants will reply with the response. Respond with the response. There is another kind of discussion. It's the broadcast. So in that case, we send a message and every participant will get the message. In the request-response kind of communication, actually anyone can respond. So it means that if you, for instance, I say I want this file, any participant who has the file can just reply and send the file to the other participant. This is Google Chrome. I was running Eclipse Orion with Flux, connected it into a Flux, and you can get the WebSockets frames and messages. So as you can see, it's actually JSON that's transmitted into the wire. So in that example, we connect into the channel. We say that we are connecting, we're starting a live edit session, and we exchange messages saying what's the modification of the model that has been done, and we broadcast it into the Flux WebSocket channel, and everybody gets the information, update their editors. This is a diagram which shows you, the file system synchronization. So there is 2 Eclipse. which will share the same file system. So the idea is to synchronize the file system pretty much like Dropbox. So as you can see, we send messages to say, for instance, the user one who is using Eclipse 1, we change a file, we modify a file. Eclipse 1, which has the Flux plugin, will send a message saying to all the participants that this file has changed. And the Flux Node.js server will broadcast the message to all the participants. So Eclipse 2 will receive the message. Eclipse 2 will then ask for the file because he wants the latest content of the file. And then Eclipse 1 will reply, here is the file. And then Eclipse 2 get the files, and the user 2 get the change in his file system. So this is an example of a message that's being exchanged in Flux. If you go to the Eclipse Flux GitHub pages, you will see that there is a lot of things to install to have your Eclipse Flux running. You need to install Node.js with NPM, RabbitMQ. Socket.io is installed with NPM, but still. And as you may know, I don't know if there's some people who have been playing with NPM and Node.js, but it never works at the first time. I mean, so if you're running on a version of Linux or you don't have the same version of NPM, sometimes it doesn't work because so it's a bit a nightmare. So you spend some time to set up it, and at the end of the day, you manage to get it work, but you will spend some time. So my idea, so just to show you the README, so you have to install the RabbitMQ, the Node.js server, blah, 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 blah. My idea, so for the first demo, is to run Flux into a Che Docker container. So actually, all the configuration of Flux would be already done with a Docker file. So you are pretty sure that it's going to work. You just have to run the Docker file. And with Che, you will be able to share it with all the people you want to pair program with. So I'm going to start an Eclipse Che that is hosted by Codenv. And I'm going to create a new project. And I'm going to create an empty application, a blank application. EclipseCon Flux. No. How do I do? How do I change the resolution? Okay, enter. So if I go to the run panel, I can create a new Docker file, Docker runner. We'll call it Flux microservice. And I'm going to use a Docker file, this one, if I can copy it. Save and save and run. Oops. Run. What? No. Oh. No. Okay. This is a live demo, so I'm gonna use another one that I've already created. It will be easier. So, but normally it should work. So this is the one, the same one. And I'm going to hit run, and it's starting to start the Docker container. I'm going back to my slide. So as you can see, it's a bit simple because everything is in the from the Docker image, Synix Flex, which looks like this. So as you can see, I'm installing with the Debian package manager, RabbitMQ, Node.js, NPM. I'm exposing the Flux ports, so 3000. I did a patch to Eclipse Flux because I couldn't make it work, so the patch is here. So I'm downloading the patch, and I'm applying the patch to the JavaScript. And then I start RabbitMQ and Flux. So normally, if I'm going back to this, it should be almost done. And if I do that, and that, I'm thinking. Sorry. So I still have to connect my Eclipse first because it contains my project. So if I don't do that, the Orion editor won't see it. So I'm going to do it here. You won't see it right away, but it should be okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I will show you later. So normally you should be able to pre-program. Maybe I will show you later when it's done, or maybe no, I have a better idea. So. I will show you this thing. It's better. Sorry with the computer issue. You won't be able to pair program actually, unless I can connect it. So in this demo, I will connect into, I will create a new project. I'm starting the Eclipse Flux on the Cheer Docker runner. And with Eclipse ID, I connect the ID into the Flux server, so giving the URL. So once I'm connected into the Flux server with Eclipse, I can open the Orion browser, or the Orion editor into the browser. And as you will see, I will be able to change the same file in real time. So let's move the windows and show the Eclipse. And so you have the Eclipse ID, and you have Eclipse Orion. And once I'm typing, I will be able to see the change instantly in Orion. Okay. Let's see if it's better now. Okay. No. Not this one. So the second demo, it's actually the same one, but we are going to demonstrate an Eclipse extension that I have written. So the idea is to say when we run a Docker runner inside Eclipse, you will be able to connect into with Eclipse Flux. You will be able to connect automatically Eclipse editors to this Flux server. So if I'm going back to the demo. That is here. The idea is to be able to then just open an editor. It will detect automatically when you start that the Flux server is running inside the Docker container that is in this Eclipse, and it will automatically connect to Flux and send messages to Flux. So in that demo, when I type on Eclipse, it will automatically broadcast all the changes into the other editors. So if I type hello from Che, it automatically instantly broadcasts the messages. Okay, that's great. Yeah. Going back. So I'm going to show you a bit of Java code. I hope you will not be afraid. To build the Che extension, The first challenge was to be able to connect into the Flux server with WebSockets. The thing is, normally in WebSockets, you could be able to use the normal WebSocket objects in JavaScript, but in the Flux case, it's using Socket.io, which has to make a handshake that is not possible with the normal WebSocket object. So because Eclipse is written in a client side in Google Web Toolkit, we have to be able to call Socket.io JavaScript objects from Java, so from our Git Java code. So we, in these few lines, we are just importing the source of Socket.io, and we are injecting the Socket.io into the current JavaScript session. So what I can do then with GSNI and overlay is to code JavaScript method and then map them into Java objects. So Socket.io will be used, Socket.io overlay will be used as normal Java classes. So an example of an overlay, it has to extend the JavaScript objects, and all the method that you can use, you can just code a JavaScript method and so do the mapping this way. So this was the hardest part, because after, once you can connect to Socket.io, and once you can use it, it's pretty easy then to use Flux and communicate with the other participant. So for instance here, I'm just getting Socket.io, connecting to the Flux URL, and sending the message. I want to join the channel, for instance. So all the message will be sent this way with the type of the message. So this is a message connect to channel, and a JSON contents with the content. So of course the content schema or structure depends on the type of message you send. But to connect to the Flux server, we need to know when and what is the URL of the server. In Eclipse, we have an event listener system mechanism where you can listen to some events and add handlers. So this is done with the event bus service. You can add a handler. You specify which kind of events you are interested into, and you can then get notification, get notified, and run some code. In this case, I'm checking if any Flux server is any Che Docker runner is running has been started. I'm checking the exposed port. So I just suppose that 3000 is normally a Flux. And then I connect into Flux, calling the method that has been had displayed previously. To get messages, to listen to messages, I can call directly the method and listen to live versus change and get all the messages of all the participants saying that the message has been a file has been modified. And what I can do is then update the editors that are running. So here. So I get all the information and I'm updating the model, the document. Then if I modify locally in Che, I have to send the messages. So here again we have some events to first detect that an editor has been opened with a file. And for each the file, we need to add another handler. Each time you're typing, we would get notified and we will send a message into Flux. So this is what it is doing here. So I'm just getting all the information, creating my JSON file, and then I'm sending the message into the wire. Okay, so far we have a nice extension, but it won't work if, for instance, you open a new window, a new browser, and you connect into the same workspace in Che. So with the code I'm going to show you after, we can listen to messages that we can once we open the Eclipse into a browser, we can detect the running runners and do the same thing. So detect the ports and connect to Flux. So if I in Che I copy paste the URL and I paste it into another browser, or if someone else is in the cloud is just connecting to the workspace, the Che workspace, it will detect that a runner is running, and that is Flux, and automatically all the editors of Che will connect into the Flux microservice and the Flux channels, and will be then able to pair program. Hello. It works. So this is the code that once you open Che, connect back, get the running runners, and connect to it if it's a Che, if it's a Flux server, a microservice. And that's it. We still have some improvement for the Che extensions, maybe for the next, next year. The first thing is in Che extension, I share the same file system, so I'm cheating. But there is a message in Flux to say, I'm starting a new live session. Can someone give me the current content of the file that is being edited? And then, so this is the message, a message that can be sent back to us, and then we'll be able to get the file that is being edited at the time. What would be good is to do like in Google Docs, so showing the cursor of each participant when we are doing pair programming. It's sometimes useful. It would be a bit harder, but maybe adding when you do a control space and we have the completion, showing what all the participants are doing instantly. We can add a chat extension as well. But the thing I'm going to do right away after the conference is in the GitHub project, add the contribute button so you can contribute to this project, test it, and make it better. Okay, don't forget to evaluate the session. Don't forget that I had an issue with my screen. I'm very sorry. And if you have any question, it's now. Yes. It's when you're doing a remote. You're working remotely, for instance. I used to work at home, and sometimes I need to work on the same file, with another person and discuss about what could be the changes on the file. So it's per programming, but remotely. So that's the idea. So the question was, what was the goal of doing this kind of synchronization? Any other questions? Okay. Yeah. For the demo, I will show you on Codonv booth. So if you want to see the live demo, the real live demo, just join us and we will have fun. See you. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we can start. Okay, so my name is Nicolas, and I work at INRIA and Laboratoire d'Informatique de Grenoble, which are two computer science research institutes. I work as a R&D engineer, and specifically on human-centered experimental platform, which I will explain later. In this talk, I will speak about OpenHub. I said it's EclipseCon, but it was basically a project on itself based on Eclipse technology, and it's OpenHub became the first contribution to EclipseCon. So I'm not a developer of OpenHub or EclipseCon. Is there anyone in the room that is a contributor of OpenHub? No? Okay. But it's not my work. So I will often use OpenHub, but you can hear EclipseCon. Okay, so I work in a research institute on computer science, and for the last years, the idea in the lab was to put the user back in all the processes, because you have too much project. They get their fundings for 3 years, they have an idea, they work 3 years, they spend money on engineers, on a lot of things, and after 3 years they have a product or they have a thing, and when it comes to users, they say, no, we don't want this, it's not good. So they lose basically 3 years and a lot of money. So the idea is to include the users at every part of the project, so they can contribute to the ideas, and the iterative loop is important, because you have an idea, you can test it right away and make a change in consequences. The other idea was to work in transdisciplinary disciplines. So we are computer science, but we work with a lot of human sciences, like sociology, economics, and all the kind of things. And the idea is also to mix academics, private sector, students. So to do that, we have fab labs. So a lot of machines to do prototyping. So when you have the idea, you can prototype it right away with 3D printers, with laser cutter, and test it right away in the project. To test the product and to make the co-creation, we have this platform, for example. It's called the Domus platform. You can see that there are a few experimentation rooms. There's a big plateau d'expérimentation, where you can make creation meetings with users. So you register what they say and you try to come up with something interesting. There's a control room, régie, where all the data from all can be retrieved, like cameras, microphones, and data from sensors or things. And you have a flat. It's called the apartment Domus. And it's a realistic, functional flat. It's 40 meter square. It's fully equipped with sensors, actuators, and it's made to test prototypes, to test ideas in conditions that are really close to the reality. So we put a lot of things in this apartment. So microphones, cameras, robots, RFID sensors, movement sensors, temperature, humidity, water consumption, smart outlets, lamps, and you can see that there are a lot of different protocols, and all those protocols don't speak naturally to each other. So we need to rule all those protocols for the experimentation and for the show. So for the experimentation, we have very specific needs. We need to retrieve all the data. We need to timestamp them. We need to store them in databases or things. We need to make them visible. We need to have reliable sensors. We can also need to launch specific scenarios during the experiment. These things are specific for experiment, but they are really close of what you want to do when you build a smart home. And for the show is the other being in a platform. So you do experiments, but in the time that you are not experimenting with people, you have to show the platform. You have to scientists, to students, to partners, to show them what you can do with it and why it is important, and so they want to come and they want to have new ideas and create new things. I will talk about OpenUp just later. My first experiment as a developer on the platform was when we have a domotic protocol called KNX, which can control lights, and we had Xbox with a UPnP server on it, and we had a RFID reader. And they said to me, okay, make a demo of all the things working together. So I was young, I had no idea of what those, so I took my Java IDE classical, and I found a few Java libs for the protocols and made a big main class horrible with all the things. And a few weeks later, I had a good demo, and when we used the RFID tag, there was music, there was lights, and it was cool. But it was not really resilient, it was not really evolutive, and a few times later, we had a PhD student which he installed middleware from a private company, and it was better because a few protocols were already implemented in it. We could mix the protocol quite easily, but we had a lot of downside, like all the scenarios we could think about. We had to write them in a Java class, and each time we wanted to make a change, we had to compile it with Maven and deploy it in the middleware. So just sometimes to change from 10 to 5 in a scenario, we had to take 5 or 10 minutes. And one day we came across OpenUp. So again, I'm not part of the team. I'm just a very enthusiastic user of it. Okay, this is architecture overview. I don't like it, it's too complicated. But basically, OpenUp is a middleware to make your home smart. And the aim is that you don't want to spend hours developing or redeveloping protocols, libraries, or wanting or understanding how the library works to make your smart home appliances. So you use it. I'll try now to explain as a user how you can use OpenUp. The first thing to know is that the most simple thing and the core concept in OpenUp is the item. So the item, it's made to represent something existing in real life, like a sensor or an actuator, but it's not really linked to a real object, it's linked to the function of an object. So you have a few basic types, And with these types, you can do almost anything. I like this, I made this small graphics. It's a lot simpler than the reality, but the important thing here is the event bus and item repository. Each time you create an item, it goes in the item repository. And then each time there's a change on an item, there's an event on the event bus. To make the link between the real appliances and the item repository, you need to use bindings. So it's basically a jar, and you put all the stuff necessary to communicate with your device. And when an item is in the repository and in the event bus, it accesses all the cool things that are implemented in OpenApp, like generated UIs, described by a few lines of code, powerful rules and script engine, REST interface, and persistence services. So when you want to start with OpenApp, you go on the website and you download the runtime. You extract it, you double-click on the script, launch script, and basically you have a lot of lines of code and it does nothing. The first thing you have to do is to configure your items, because all the items you describe are stored in files. So this is what the runtime is about. You have a folder for add-ons, so bindings, and a folder for configurations. In configuration, you configure the general OpenApp configuration. You have a folder for items, a folder for the rules, a folder for the script, and for the sitemaps. So I will show you an example. So it comes with a nice designer based on Eclipse 2. So the first thing I did when I had to integrate KNX item was to add add-on repository in the add-on folder, the good binding. And when you do that, you go on the website, you download the package where all the add-ons are, and you realize this community is completely insane, because in this package there are 125 bindings. And it's incredible. You have basically everything you can have in your house, from domotics systems to U lamps, to even now you can control your Tesla electric car from the device. Okay, if it's in the house, there's a binding for it. So, quick example again from KNX. The first thing to do is to configure the gateway IP, for example, if you use the gateway IP for it. And then you can describe your first item. This is an example. You can see an item as a type we saw earlier, a name, a human readable name. It can be in groups. And then this part is the configuration of the binding. So here it says KNX and some string. So the system knows that it's a KNX item, so it sends this configuration to the KNX binding, and the KNX binding has some code to make it right. Okay, and once you do that, it's done, it's in the system. So what can you do with it? You can visualize a state. So this is a sitemap example. So you can see in describing just in a few lines, you can say, okay, I want on my page a switch, it's a widget, linked to this item. And so, just like that, when I go to OpenAB web page. You see it's called KNX because it's the name of my sitemap. And I have my kitchen outlet. So it's not linked to KNX because there's no KNX here, but it's the principle. Now, if I want to add a new item, I add it, I save. Oh, I should add it in the items first. So I add it in the item, and this one, you see, I didn't link it to a real item. But the system doesn't care. If it's linked to a real item, it's linked, but if it's not, it's an item like the other. And so we can use it in the sitemaps and in the rule. So if I go back here, it's here, and I can switch it on, switch it off, switch it on. So now that it's here, I can make a rule. So I'll make a completely dumb rule, for example. And the scripting language is really simple, but really powerful. So this rule is completely dumb. So when the outlet receives command on, I send command off to the outlet. So it becomes basically a useless tool. Okay, it's so fun. Okay. So yes, it was just quick pick to see of how you can control OpenAB and why is it fast to develop. Because you see, at the time I save my new configuration, it's already in the system and the rule is here and it's really impressive. So I integrated all the things that was in the flat with OpenAB. So there's a binding for a lot of things in it, but not for everything. But since you can create virtual items, and that in the rule system you have a lot of action you can do, like sending orders to other systems, but you have also a lot of action you can add, like sending mails, HTTP requests, playing music. And there's basically unlimited possibilities. So I will show you. This is the current configuration of the apartment. So you can see there are a lot of items. This is only the KNX part with all the sensors in it, the rules, and okay. And for example, when you have something, we have in the flat sensors on the floor which detect if the people are walking, and it's something a guy made, and it's on Arduino. So we had to integrate it, but it was not easy because a simple way to do it was to use the REST API. Every time you create an item in the repository, it's in the REST API. So you can see I have my outlet 1 and my outlet 2 here. So you can get the state, and you can switch the just with basic. So it's very powerful. So way the floor sense view virtual only items, and in the Arduino code we said, okay, each time this item gets a new value, just send a post request on the API and the REST API, and it will be like if it was with a binding. And it works perfectly. Okay, so now well, that was a very fast explanation. If you want more, you can come to me or go to the website, because it's really, there are really good explanations. There's a big community. They always answer all the questions. There are a lot of tutorials. It's really interesting. So now I want to show you, because when we have done all that, we started to have fun, because we had all those protocols interconnected, and we wanted to make everything smart. And the last thing we made smart was Panda Bear. This is real. This is not a cheated video. So basically, I just put a RFID tag on my Panda, a RFID reader in the table, and when I put my Panda in it, the light switch on, the switch off, so I have a film for a few seconds, the roller shutters closed, and then the light gently fade. Okay, it's fun. Then I will talk about the Domicube. So this is one of the things we made in a co-creation. So we had a few elderly people coming here, and we talked to them and said, what do you want in your house to make your comfort better? And they made a reunion, they talk, and they said, we want a cube, and when we put it on the face, it sends orders in the house. Okay, we can do it. So we used the 3D printer to make the box. My coworker made all the Bluetooth thingy to put it on a Raspberry Pi. And with MQTT, we could connect OpenApp, because there's MQTT binding, obviously, connect the cube to the OpenApp server, and then send some scenario. Okay, and it's basically the same, just used with the Panda. And this was fun because when we did that, we kind of split the work between my coworker and me. So it spent hours in Bluetooth, in MQTT, and then I came and said, okay, I need to integrate this in OpenApp. So I had the binding, I had one line in the configuration to put the address of the server, one line to declare an item linked with the topic, and I write my rule, and it's done. So basically, I won. So okay, we have all these kind of things, and it's fun. We have a showroom, but now we can experiment. So the first experiment was made was with a little robot. So here the home control is not relevant. It's not what is tested. It's just used to make we make the people believe that the robot can control the apartment. And what is really tested is how the people can be attached to the robot, because the robot at first don't say anything, and time after time it starts doing little noises, and then to speak a little. So we had to make the people believe that the robot could control the apartment. So in the control room, you can see me here with my Xbox controller controlling the robot. And we built Wizard of Oz interface. So Wizard of Oz is a technique we use in this kind of platform. It's basically the fact to make the people believe that a system is working before developing it. So, and you know it's complicated to develop good vocal recognition on the robot, and so we all did with the Wizard of Oz. So this interface was here to control the robot movements, and we wanted it to be able to simply control the apartment. Okay, we have a REST API. We just send command to the REST API, it's simple, and we can integrate the thing and do the experiment. So this is a small video of the people using it. So she'll ask him to light the...
Oh, il faut mettre de la lumière.
Okay, she asks for the light.
Mis la lumière.
And he puts the lights on.
Ça va mieux, oui.
Okay, so
Ça, c'est super.
It's an example of use. So in this thing, all the intelligence is in the outside program, but it's still simpler for the people that make the experiment, because they have one thing to implement, and it's a post request, so it's not complicated, instead of doing KNX and all the other protocols. Another experiment we made was with brain-computer interface. So a PhD student came to me and said, yeah, I have a thing with this computer brain, and I make the people play Doom, I make the people fly drones with it, but I want to control the house with it. What can we do? Okay, it's easy. So she came and she had all her algorithms, and she was able to recognize if people say roller shutter or cup or TV. So I said, okay, I created for her an item, virtual, which was a brain-computer interface status, and all she had to do was to send to the REST API to change the status, and then it was in the rule engine. So I made a few rules very fast. When I'm in the room and I get roller shutter, if the roller shutter is open, close it, and those kind of things. And so in a few hours, she was able to control the apartment with the brain. And it really works. Quite impressive and quite cool. So I will show you a video. The first part of the video is completely fake, but it was a good camera. And the next part is with shitty cameras, but it's real. So, and it's lucky, I don't know why. Okay, so she controls the TV with the brain. And this part is real, and she was really thinking about lights, about roller shutter, and it really sent the orders to the apartment. And we even made experiments with disabled people. It was the first time we did it, and it was really interesting because that people were really interested in this kind of technology, for example. So what's cool here is that a few years ago, the person using it wouldn't have a brain-computer interface, but that's not the problem. It would have been very complicated for her to make this experiment at a technical point of view. And then she was on the platform, and in really a few hours, implemented all the things. So she could not spend time focusing on technical, recruiting engineers, and other things like that. All is done, so she just had to experiment. Later, and we built a new apartment, so it's bigger. It's 90 meters square. It's a duplex. So we installed it just 2 weeks ago, but I still I had some time to install some sensors in it. And a thing I did is I integrated KNX completely different. When you integrate a bus in home automation like KNX, KNX is basically a wired bus, and it links all the appliances of your apartment. So you can program the button to speak to the outlet or the lamp or the thing like that. And you program it like that, and when you come with OpenHub, you're over it, because you don't want that when your server is down, the apartment is down. But since OpenHub is really reliable, and I wanted to try it, so I just configured it so the KNX only speaks to the OpenHub server. And all the rules that I make are in OpenHub. So then I realized I had 48 buttons, so I had to write 48 rules. So I made a small code to generate the rules, because it's easy to write. You've seen it. And I started having fun. So you can control the light. You can see on the roof there are music which can be played. So basically, if you click on a button like is here, you have Barry White in all the apartment. It's quite fun. And we can start imagine a lot of things, because if all the rules are in OpenHAB and it's easy to change it, and change it on the fly, you can imagine even changing it within OpenHAB. Since you can write, you can send bash command in the rules, you can write the own rules in the rules and change things like that. You can think of using Git to switch from a configuration to another. And it's really interesting. I think it will occupy my summer to test things like that. Okay, but now we've seen platforms, and we will stop with platforms, and we'll pass, because it's cool to, when people come to the apartment to make experiments, but it's really more interesting for scientists when you go to the people to make experiment at their house, because it's more ecological, it can last longer, and the data are better. So in the project, we have something called the mini kit. So basically, it's a suitcase with all sensors we can find, we can buy, which are useful for the experiment. If we don't find it in off the shelf, we can do it in the Fab Lab. And you go to the people and you put all the sensors everywhere in the apartment, and you need to have a gateway which centralizes all the data and stores the data so the scientists can use it later. Okay, what can we do with that? OpenHAB. So the first I made was for scientists who want to test it, who wanted to test consumptions. So I had those Z-Wave, it's a protocol for home automation, wireless, plugs that send the consumption of the objects that are plugged in it. He wanted some sensors from luminosity, contact, so I had things like that to see. In OpenHAB, you have a binding for Z-Wave, so it was really easy to integrate. He wanted to add Yahoo weather forecast. There's a binding for that, so I did it. He wanted that the data went on MongoDB, and I don't remember the other SQL database. There's a binding for that too. So basically, all I had to do was to write some scripts to make this thing happen. And the interesting thing is that I made it on my laptop, this one on Windows 7. And when I wanted to put it on the Raspberry so it can be a mini kit, I just took my runtime OpenHAB folder, I put it in the Raspberry as is. I just changed the port number because it was not a COM-X, it was a DFTTY USB-Y. Okay. And it works on the first attempt. And it was really impressive. Okay, so we built two other minikits that I want to show you because the DomiCube we saw earlier, we created with the people, we integrated in the apartment to test it, and the next part was to test it at the people's house. So the first elderly people we worked with wanted to control the music with it. So we integrated quite nicely, I think. And, and with the wool, we could control a small XBMC server to make music. And an interesting thing was with only the rules, because the cube just sends the information of the face is in it and of the orientation it takes. And since the people said, okay, I want, if I do a slight movement, it changes the song in the playlist, and if I do a big movement, it changes the playlist. And just with the rules, with timer, and we can do complicated things like that. And so it was really cool. The other people we worked with wanted, so he had 4 things he could control with his cube. So for 2 lamps, 3 lamps, and 1 plug for his music. And he said, okay, I want to define for each phase what state the appliance will be. And he wanted to be able to change it during the experiment. So a tricky way to use OpenHub was to say, okay, I create 1 virtual item per phase and for each appliance. And you can add it to the generated UI. When you click on it, it saves a new state. With the persistent system, you can save it and even restore it at startup. And in the rule, you say, okay, when it's phase 1, you go to see the state of phase 1, lamp 1, and you put it in this state. And if it's undefined because the people wanted that it was undefined, it doesn't change anything. So it was an interesting way, I think, what we want without developing real codes. And the last thing I wanted to show you, it's basically because of this I couldn't prepare this talk much. 1 week ago, the people that made the experiment with the robot called me and say, okay, we have a big demonstration at InnoRobot. It's a French conference about robotics in Lyon, and they have a smart home demonstration. We need you to make us a mini kit. We should have in it a door we can open, a ring bell, and a few appliances we can control. And we need to have a human interface to make the Wizard of Oz technique I talked to earlier. And the people which made the experiment with the brain-computer interface will be understand too, and will have to control all the things with the brain-computer. Okay, so we had 5 days to do it, on top of everything else. And so I don't know if you can see, but for the appliances, it was not really complicated. We had the wave things, so it was really, we already did that. Then we had to control the music, but in OpenHub there is an action you can use in the rules to play a wave file. So it was easy to integrate too. She wanted to have a button for the ring bell and a LED because she said, oh, people will not hear the ring bell, so you have to put a LED so the people can see that it rings. And so, okay, I use my board and the GPIO of the Raspberry, and there's a binding for that, so it's simple. And the last thing, but the hardest, was to control to make a door and to control it. So we had 2 trainees to do it. One was modeling the door and all the things that make the door works. And then we used the laser cutter and the 3D printer to make the real box and the door. And another trainee was working with servo motors. So we said, okay, we will use that to open and close the door, but since it's too complicated to integrate, just make me a script, open the door, and a script, close the door, and with the rules, I can just, since I can use a bash command, I will call the script, and all will be fine. And this is the result. So you can see the generated interface, and up. So with a few rules, a few integration, and nearly no code at all. We were able to build that in just a few days of work. Okay, this is it. So I know it's a little special because I'm not really a Java contributor or developer, but it was my experience with Eclipse Smart Home. I hope you like it. And if you have a question, go ahead. No? Yeah?
When you have this long list of rules like this,
Yeah.
I imagine it must be quite challenging for the user to not get confused with all that, you know.
Yeah, but I'm not. It's not made for user. I think yes, for user it's complicated, and OpenApp is not really ready for end user. I think.
No, I mean, you know, I can imagine myself being extremely confused if I enter this apartment.
Oh.
Everything in an
Yeah.
unexpected way, you know. How are you going to teach people regarding how to use it right? You know?
We adapt to the experiment, and since we have this configuration you saw is the showroom configuration. But when you're in experiment, you remove the file or you rename them, and if you just rename them, they are not in the taken into account. So we change a lot of this to adapt to the experiment. No question? Okay, thank you.
new projects, the task view where you see all the projects and their tasks, executing tasks, and also seeing the progress while you run some builds or while you execute some tasks. All right, with that being said, I'd like to show you what we have. So here we are in Eclipse, an empty workspace basically, and we want to import an existing Gradle project. And that's the typical use case, at least in companies that have hundreds of developers. They don't create their own Gradle projects, right? They have existing build master teams, create the build, and as a user, you just import it and you work with it. Okay, so let's do that. Let's import a project. And say build ship, or I can press Gradle, doesn't matter, or enter Gradle. And we choose the Gradle import wizard. We give you some hints. You can hide them if you don't want to see them again. And then we get started. And basically, the only thing you need to define is your root project directory. So even if you have a single project build or even a multi-project build, there is a root, and that's all you need to specify. And then I can press finish, and it's going to do the import. It's going to do all the magic for us. We have a lot of optional things you can do, like you can add it to working sets. You can also define some advanced options, JVM options, program arguments. But we kind of discourage you to do this because as soon as you do this, it's not the single truth of build logic anymore, because you're going to do stuff that not every developer is going to do, or it's not defined in a build that every developer gets the same settings. But if you want to play around, this can be useful. You can also define what Gradle version to use, and those already using Gradle, typically you have the Gradle wrapper in your project, which means everybody gets the same Gradle version and it's defined as part of your project. It's not an external setting, and Gradle will download itself if you don't have it installed yet. So the default setting is also the recommended setting. But I can specify a custom version. We list you all the ones that are available. You can also define some snapshot version if you want to try out a snapshot. Okay, now I pressed enter. That was a bit too quick. I didn't want to. So let me delete it again and do the import again. Okay, so we want to specify a custom Gradle version. You can also see it memorizes all the settings that you've entered. So when you launch the import again, it will remember all. It will preset all the values that you've defined before. Okay, so I'm using Gradle 2.4, and then I go to the next screen, which gives us a preview of what is going to happen. And what you can see is, what is the root project that we're going to, from where we're going to import. It also tells us the user home directory for Gradle, the Gradle version, the Java home directory. And as you can notice, some of these settings we didn't define. But the moment we go to the preview, we ask Gradle, well, what Gradle user home are you going to use? And we can then populate that information. So you have a bit more of an idea what is actually going to happen. You can also see that there's a little exclamation mark next to the Gradle version. So what we do is that if you're using a Gradle version that you want to use to build or to run something, and it is not the newest one, there might be some limitations that are available or that are not available in BuildShip. So let's say you connect to Gradle 1.0. Certain information are just not there in 1.0, so we cannot make use of that information because it's missing in BuildShip. And here we show that to you. So we're connecting to 2.4. It will tell us, well, there's no build and task progress. You will get test progress, but not the other kind of progress. And if you're using an even older version, you will get more limitations. Right, so you know what you're expecting. So it's definitely a good thing if you want to get the most out of BuildShip to also use a latest version of Gradle itself. All right, so let's go back. And before I do, let's use the Gradle wrapper again. Before I do this, the import, I'm going to add an error to my build script. And now we're going to go back, going to go to the preview again, and we're going to see some error message, right? And this happens a lot, or we got a lot of feedback about that, is that something is wrong in the build, but you don't really know what. So we spent quite some time on trying to give you as much helpful information as possible. So what you can see here is that, well, there was some model it couldn't find or couldn't fetch, But then it gives you more details. So it will tell you that this script on this line 26, build.gradle on line 26, has an issue. And what happened? It couldn't find the property called foo. So you don't have to go to the error view of Eclipse to find about that. You can go if you want to, but you can see it right here. So if something goes wrong during the import, we try to give you as much information right there. You can also see the whole stack trace if you want to, of course. Okay, so let me undo that bug, such that we can have a clean import. So you can see I'm using 2.5 RC1. That's the latest release or release candidate of Gradle, and it will be the final one in a few weeks. Okay, so now I'm going to start the import. And as I said, the root project directory was all we had to do. We can just press finish. And now it's doing the import. It's doing this all through jobs, so I can cancel it at any point in time. And when I cancel it, it's not just killing the job. It's also telling Gradle to stop doing what it's doing. Right? So if you import a very big project with hundreds of modules, which is not too rare, you can say cancel, and Gradle will stop its work at the earliest point in time possible. So the import finished, and we now have in our workspace these projects. I can also import multiple projects. That's not an issue. So what happened to these projects is, like I said, we want to have a single truth of build logic. So whatever was defined in the Gradle build itself has also been applied to a project setup in Eclipse now. So let's go to the build path and show a little bit more details about that. So there are 3 source folders that I'm using in this project. By the way, the project that I imported is called Tooling Commons. It's a small library that we use in BuildShip to communicate with Gradle. It's a little bit of just a small layer of abstraction and convenience. There we have 3 source folders. We have a main Java, we have a test Groovy, and we have a test resources. We have a test Groovy because we use Spock as our testing framework. I can recommend it to everyone. Then we have our libraries. We can see that here. And what we see here is that all the dependencies, our project dependencies and our external dependencies, are not just here. We are all putting them in the class path container, which means that every time you open the project, that class path container is refreshed. So if your project changes in between opening it and opening it again, you will get the latest changes. And you can also see, or you can guess, that all the dependencies you see here are not necessarily direct dependencies, but they can also be transitive dependencies. So what we do is we catch the transitive closure of all project and external dependencies and put them in the class path container. By doing this, we don't have to re-export libraries, which is crucial with several projects, because you could have different versions, right? You can have version conflicts between different projects, and by not re-exporting, you avoid that problem. So here we can see tooling model depends on tooling client, but it also depends on tooling utils, but tooling utils is not a direct dependency, it's a transitive dependency. The same is true for the external dependencies. Not all of them are directly dependencies of this tooling model, but they come through a transitive dependency. All right. So that's how we set up the class path container, which also makes it possible to share the project settings if you want to. And just because the build changes and one of the versions is adjusted or a new dependency is added, it will not change your project settings file, because all it has is a reference to the class path container. And that's the concept of JDT. That's not our invention. We just leverage it. Right. So that's basically it. So here we see the summary. We see the sources and all the project and external dependencies we put in a class path container. All right. If you do make modifications, we remember that. So if, let's say, you add a library manually, which we don't suggest, but if you did, we would keep it the next time we reopen the project. All right, so we see the projects in the workspace. We saw that the same project and external dependencies that were defined in the Gradle build are also applied to your Eclipse workspace. And now we want to do something with this, right? So the first thing is the tasks view. So here in the tasks view, we can see all the projects that were imported, even if it's from multiple root projects, and we can see their tasks. That's down here. So depending on what plugins we apply, what custom tasks we define, we see more or less tasks here. We have some filtering possibilities. So right now we only show the task selectors, which means it's the aggregation of the recursive tasks of this project and the sub-projects. We can also show the direct project tasks. We can also show private tasks. Yeah, that's up to you. We can also order differently. So we have a few means to visualize or change the visualization. We can also filter. So I can say I'm only interested in the build tasks, and I will see the build tasks. That's the common filtering mechanism of Eclipse views. Right. Another thing we can do is here in the task view, we can open the build script. So if I'm on a project, I can say open build script, and I will see the build script here. Right now, there is no syntax highlighting or code completion, but that will come in the next release because the focus on 1.0 was on the user and not on the build master. All right. So let's execute some tasks. So I'm going to go to, maybe make this a bit bigger, it's just a small resolution. I'm going to run clean build. Usually I don't run clean, but I have to do it here because if I don't, Gradle doesn't do much because it knows nothing has changed and then it will do the minimum. Right, so, but I want to force it to do more than it needs to. So I can also select multiple tasks and then I can run them. And it will run them in the order that I click them. So I'm running clean build, and then I can see that the same output you would see on the console, you also get here in the console view of Eclipse. We can also see what's actually started, with what are the settings for it, and the actual output. And I on purpose added a test failure. We'll come back to that in a second. So we also have a little bit of color highlighting like you know it from the command line. Okay. What happens when you run a task is it creates a new run configuration if it doesn't exist already. So I can also say open run configuration, and the screen you see here should look familiar. It's the similar one that you would see for other run configurations like running JUnit tests, running Java applications or whatnot. You can define the Gradle tasks that we were, so I can even add more stuff here if I wanted to. We can also change the Gradle distribution. So by default, it's using what was used during the import, but I can say, well, during the import, I used the wrapper, but now I want to see how does it work with the latest 2.6 snapshot? Is it still working? Is it faster? Whatever. So I can, on a per run configuration base, I can change the settings, or maybe I want to use different arguments to experiment. Okay, it's all possible. You can also use variables like you see down here with the workspace location. That's all standard Eclipse stuff. Okay, you can also see it here for the run configurations. It's a bit of a big screen. Like you have Java applications, you have Gradle project, and you can create new one. It's up to you what you want to add here. Okay, so this basically covers the task execution. But we can do better. You see here the output, it's kind of text-based, and we could do some screen scraping and make it look a bit richer, but that's not needed because Gradle has a very rich domain model, and so it knows about all the subtleties of your build. It knows the difference between something failing and passing, and between a task and a test task and a copy task, etc. And since it has all this information, it's really just rich objects. We can reuse that also for visualization, and that's what we do. So I'm going to run this again. I'm going to say clean build, and now we stay on this Gradle executions view. And here you can see basically the whole life cycle of running this build. I'm going to adjust the headers a bit. Right. Okay, so what you see here, as I said, is basically the life cycle of a Gradle build. You can see that in the beginning, it's running some init scripts, then it's loading the projects, it's configuring the build, it's calculating the task graph. So all these task dependencies, in the end, are put into a sequence such that it knows how to run them. All that's done, and once that's ready, it will run the actual tasks. And then you can see what has all been run. So I said clean and I said build, and because build has dependencies on other tasks, I can also see them being run. Right. So here we see that some tasks are up to date. so nothing had to be compiled, no production code for Groovy, so it just says up to date, like you know it from the command line as well. And then it gets to the test task. And the test task, as I said, there's a rich domain model behind it, so it knows more details about it. It knows the exact tests that it was running, and test class it was running, and the actual test methods that it was running. You can see that here. And then here's our test that was failing, so we can mark that or visualize that in a different way. You can say, oh, this test has been failing. There's also one that is gray because I ignored it. So you can see at one glance, oh, things have been ignored, things have been failing. And this failure percolates up to the whole build. So because one test failed, basically the whole build is considered to have failed. Okay, so let's find out a few more details about this failure. This is a Spock test, so you get much richer feedback about the failure than you're used to JUnit, and that by itself is a reason to use Spock. So here we can see, okay, value should not be null, but it is null, right? And then we can also see some more details below. Okay. The other thing I can do is, if I'm up here, let's say, what went wrong with the build? Maybe I don't even want to go down to the tests, I just want to see what went wrong. And I can see here as well, oh, okay, the test task has failed, tooling test, right? I can even go and see the test summary. So this is something that Gradle always generates, is a test summary, and I can see it right here from within Eclipse. So I don't have to go to the command line and copy that URL that you see in the command line and jump there, or open it in a browser, but you can see it right from within Eclipse, and you see the same thing basically here again. Right. Okay. The other thing we show you here is the duration. So you can see the whole build took 8 seconds. And you can see of these 8 seconds, 7.7 seconds were spent in running the tasks. And that can vary, right? Sometimes it can be that loading the project takes longer, and you can see that here reflected. You might also have noticed that we update the running time, so while it's still running, you will see, okay, running for 3 seconds, 4 seconds, etc., until it's actually done. Okay. You can also rerun the build. I can just click here and it will rerun it. I can also stop it. So if I rerun it and I stop it here, it will stop the build, meaning it will tell Gradle, stop what you're doing, abort. We can also jump to the console. Maybe there's a reason once in a while you want to jump to the console. So for each Gradle build we run, we have this execution view, but we still have the console view as well. And we can jump right there from here. We can also navigate between the different execution views, so they all remain open until you close them all at once or individually. Right. And again, you can filter here. So that is the current state of the execution view. So you see the durations, you see the different lifecycle states, and we can make that even more fine-grained. So while loading a project, we can show you what is happening in terms of dependency resolution, in accessing remote repositories, and so on and so on. So this is now going to be extended over time. So this basically concludes the current functionality of BuildShip 1.0. The one thing I didn't show is the creation of a new project, but it's very simple. You just say you want to create a new project, give it a name, you can see a preview, and it's happening. It's a similar wizard to what you see for the import. Right. So to summarize, you can import a project, you can create a new project, you can see the tasks, you can run tasks, and you can see a visualization of the build actually being executed and its progress. And there is some support for dealing with failures, seeing the failures, investigating the failures. All right. So we're not done yet. We'll never be. What's coming up next is we want to give you more fine-grained operation progress. That's what I just mentioned, right? Like dependency resolution, loading of plugins, etc. It just gives you more insight into the build while it's running. In general, we want to give you more build insights. So we also want to give you a plugins view, so you can see for each project what plugins have been applied, where do these plugins come from, or a dependencies view, not the same one that you see in the build path, which is a transitive closure, but really see this project has these direct project and external dependencies. Test execution, this is almost done. This will be available in 2.6 of Gradle, and then we will integrate it into BuildShip, which means, let's say we have this failing test, maybe one or more, we can say rerun these failing tests. And these tests will then again be run through Gradle. And the thing to keep in mind is, let's say you have integration tests and you define them in your Gradle build. Usually what happens is you have another task that will first set up like a web server or initialize your database, and you have some finalizer tasks that run afterwards that then shut down everything and clean up everything. So if you're then going to run that single test, since it's run through Gradle, it will run the same task before and after as well. So the cleanup and the setup is taken care of, even if you run single tests. Or you can right-click on a test in your IDE and say run it, and it will do the same thing, running it through Gradle. Test debugging, so like executing a test, you want to run it in debug mode, and you still want to use all the debug facility that you have in Eclipse, but you want the actual test be executed through Gradle. So that's coming right after the test execution. So you can leverage all the debug facilities that you have in Eclipse, but have Gradle execute the actual test in debug mode. Project conversions, you can take a project, a Java project, say convert to a Gradle project, and it will try its best to convert it to a Gradle project. Task glossary, that goes towards build masters. That's also, it's already basically ready. We just need to integrate it. Is that you can insert new tasks in your build scripts, and you don't have to remember what is the name or the type of the task, what are the properties. Right. And there's more, but the first 5 items are still around the build user, except maybe the project conversion, and they are tackled next. If you want to know more about where are these things located around BuildShip, so we are on GitHub, is where our code is. You can also submit pull requests there if you want to, or you can look at the current state, the history, etc. It's all on GitHub. The project itself is hosted on projecteclipse.org, so we are an official Eclipse project. And we are also in the marketplace, the new marketplace that the Eclipse Foundation created for Eclipse Mars. But it's even easier to just go to Eclipse. Within Eclipse Mars, you go to the marketplace and you search for BuildShip, and it's right there. Right, so what I suggest is that you give it a try. As I said, you can get it right from within Eclipse Mars, or you can get it from an update site on eclipse.org. We also support all versions from 3.6 on to 4.5, and we have individual update sites for each of these versions. And BuildShip 2.0 is planned to then be part of the Eclipse release train and to be part of one of the packages. So in, I think, September or October. All right. So thank you very much, and I hope you have fun with BuildShip. If there are any questions, we might have a few more minutes. Yes? Yes, I mean, we've had this feedback before. I would say yes, it's planned, but we haven't tackled it yet, yes. What we already do is, and we have like projects like Xtext that already make use of that, is that if you have a project that is not a Java project or it's configured in a very special way, if you already have a .settings folder in one of these projects that you import, we ignore it. We just add the Gradle nature such that you see the Gradle tasks, but we will otherwise not touch it. So let's say you have a big project and one of them you don't want us to touch or create the class path container, etc. If you have a settings folder in there, we will not touch it except adding the Gradle nature. So that's what some people do, and it could also be like an intermediate step to having an OSGI project. Yeah?
So is it working for all languages or only Java?
Right now it's only working for Java, and it's working for Groovy if you have the Groovy plugin installed. And the guys from Pivotal, they have updated their, I think it's called Greclipse or something like that. They have updated it for Eclipse Mars just like 2 weeks ago or so. So if you have Java or Groovy, and for Groovy you have the Groovy plugin installed, then it works for these two languages. Adding support for other languages is definitely possible. So let's say we wanted to support Scala, we could do that, but it would then mean you have to have the Scala plugin installed in order for it to work, right? Okay. Yes? Yeah, yes, so the question is there a special repository or something to deal with dependencies when you use Gradle? So that's a general Gradle question. Gradle doesn't have its own dependency server or something. It's 100% Maven compatible. So it just connects to Maven or Maven Central or JSender or your internal Nexus repository. Yeah, 100% compatible. It doesn't have anything on its own right now. Yes. It's compliant with Maven, yes, 100%. Yes. Yeah.
So you use it then without Maven, or do you have to have Maven also?
No, you don't need to. No.
Well, you don't have a local repository then. You don't have to use Maven.
You can even connect. You can even get your dependencies from a local Maven repository. That was the question.
If I only want to use Gradle,
Mm-hmm.
then I wouldn't have the local Maven.
Yes, if you're only using Gradle, you don't need to have Maven installed. You don't need to have a Maven repository. It has its own repository.
Its own repository, so that I don't have to connect remotely.
Yes, once the dependencies have to get to Gradle once, but once it has downloaded dependencies from a remote server, it caches them locally and will access them locally. Right? Yeah, and that's basically what happened when I ran the build several times. It always checks dependencies, whether it has these exact versions from that repository, and if that is cached locally, it will use that version. But I can say that the dependency management is way more advanced than the one you're used to from Maven. It deals with many intricacies in a much better way. So it's definitely a super dependency management system by itself. All right. So thank you for your time, and have a great conference. Wayne.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Glad you could make it.
Yes.
You just flew in today, or?
Last evening.
Okay. Avoided the taxi problem this morning, I hear that.
Are you sure?
Apparently it's the taxi problem, yeah. Good luck getting back to the airport.
I just want to say yes. Are you going back today as
No,
well?
I'll go tomorrow.
It's just today?
Yeah, here it's just today.
But it's crazy. I was in Italy. The trains were on strike.
So
I
it's
went
you.
to Germany. They were trains on strike, and now it's the third time.
So this has moved a little bit since I looked at it last.
Yes, we found
I'm
out.
gonna have to take a harder look.
Yes.
I still haven't really learned Gradle yet, so I need to do that too.
Yeah, we didn't have new, let's say, hardware before now, but really we still have the important things.
And your logo's changed a bit too. It's not.
Yes, that's the new Gradle. That's why I was asking, can I still make changes? That's cool. I think it's really,
Cool. And we've got, we've been plugging it all week too, so. Using a lot of
Not a question. What does he need to do to upload the binary
minutes. On est en train de faire la pause.
Okay. So for the speaker of this afternoon, can you come in line here? So you are the first one?
Yeah, I think so.
You want to take your laptop?
Oh no, I've got my notes here.
Oh, okay, cool. That's better. Ok. Et est-ce que tu peux regarder sur les infos s'il y a des infos sur le trafic à Toulouse?
Oui, je l'ai.
Et alors?
Sur le taxi, je l'ai pas vu.
Est-ce qu'il y a les taxis, ils sont encore bloqués ou
Je
pas?
sais pas, mais j'ai mis des instructions pour être là sur le site web.
Ok. Okay. So let's go. So we have several announcements. So please don't forget to evaluate the talks. So you can go to the website, you log into the website, and then you choose either +1, 0, or -1. We'll have a closing session this afternoon, and we will again have a closing game with closing gift and T-shirts and so on. So please do not leave just after the talks. Just stay with us for the closing session. The speaker shirts. So speakers, you can go to the reception to pick up a t-shirt. So you would have nice t-shirts like Baptiste if he stopped testing. So this kind of t-shirt. So if you were a speaker, you can pick yours. Also, for the members of the Architecture and Planning Council, you can get a Mars t-shirt, like Pat, for example. So this t-shirt with the new logo, and and you could read Mars on it, if you are not colorblind. Okay. First, so let's start with the... Oh yeah, so the taxis. So there is a taxi strike today. I don't know, we don't have any information about the traffic. I hope it should be over this afternoon, but we don't know. So there are alternative ways to go to the airport. One way is through metro and tramway, and on the website, Roxanne put instructions on the website to go there. And the second way is with a bus shuttle that starts just in front of the Mercure Hotel. So there is a bus shuttle to the airport. Maybe the traffic should make the bus shuttle a bit longer, but it's usually just 20 minutes from here to the airport with the bus shuttle. Other than that, it's also 6 kilometers. So if you want to walk, you may start early. It will be a bit hot this afternoon. So, and if you have a flight tomorrow morning, because I had a question from some of my colleagues from Eclipse. So honestly, I think that tomorrow morning you will have no problem to find a taxi. It will be over this evening. Okay, so speaker pitch. Go ahead.
I will show you an RCP-based application. I will show you an RCP-based application to make. I will talk about 3 challenges we had to deal with: AWT, SWT integration for ZUI, kept up-to-date data, and external application integration. See you here at 2:45. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, I'm Lorenzo, and on the last session, I will show you how to test Xtext language implementations.
Hi, so if you followed the Eclipse release announcements, there is a new error reporting that was introduced in Mars, which is the project I was working on. If you want to know how 200,000 error reports can improve your Eclipse IDE, or maybe your own product, that would be great to see you at 2 o'clock, right over there in Diamond. See you.
Well, actually, at 2 o'clock, you want to be in Argo.
No, you won't.
My name is John Arthorne. I'm going to be talking about continuous delivery. So if you'd like to hear about how a team of about 60 developers went from releasing 3 times a year to 3 times a week, come to my talk at 2 p.m., 14h in Argo.
Sorry, guys. So 2 o'clock here. I'm going to speak about Serious 3.0, which got released yesterday. So I'm going to speak about usability of diagrams and the improvement there, about how we build tooling to make your modeling environment stronger and make it fast. So you're going to see how Serious handles 1 million model elements in your project.
Hi, I'm Tracy Miranda, and I'll be talking about integrating Python and Java in EclipseCon. Python to Java, Java to Python. That will be last session in German. Python, 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 Java.
Hi, I'm Julien. IoT security is a hot topic. If you want to learn more about the challenges of creating an IoT application and the solution we are proposing inside the IoT Eclipse projects, join my talk.
Hi, I'm Baptiste. If you're doing some Java development in Eclipse, I think you may be interested to come to my talk at 3:50. I will show you during 35 minutes 50 tips and tricks to be used inside Eclipse to do Java development. See you.
Hi, my name is Maximilian. If you're interested in collaboratively modifying papyrus models, come to my booth at Showtime, 120 out in the booth area.
Hi, I am Stefan. If you want to know why this guy couldn't help wearing this t-shirt, or if you want to know how Capella can help build Rafale or Mirage 2000 jet fighters, train transportation systems, air traffic management, and so on, or if you want to see what we can do with Sirius as an industrial application, just come see our talk last session in Argos.
Hi, I'm Séverine. I will be brief. If you want to know, if you want to have an industrial about the Sirius use, in fact, a SAGEM feedback, and the way we used Sirius to synchronize requirements indoors with models. So talk in 2:45, please.
Okay, thanks. 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 Okay, so Maximilian mentioned the showtime, so that's something new. First time during the lunch session today, there will be two different programs of demos. So of course, you will have something to eat, no problem, like yesterday. But you will also have an opportunity to work a bit, and so there will be every demonstration. We asked every project to prepare 5 minutes only demonstration. So you should be able to go and see all the demonstrations that are available. So we have 3 specific pods for projects that come from the community, from community projects, and also some of the sponsors like DocDoku, Soyatech, and DocDoku and Soyatech. Some of the sponsors prepared specific demonstrations for this showtime. So I guess that the other sponsors will also be happy to see you, but make sure you take 5 minutes to visit this. I think it's very interesting. So now it's time for you guys. So the first thing I told this morning is Eclipse Linux distributions new by Max Booth from Red Hat. So how do you launch it?
Well, he will launch it because it'll start right away.
Okay. So 20 seconds per slide.
Sorry, I have my notes in electronic format. Sorry. How do I start? Sorry.
The last icon, and it'll start.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Matt, and I'm one of the primary maintainers of the Eclipse package in Fedora Linux. And I want to talk to you a little bit about how we try and make the user experience for Linux pretty awesome, especially for newcomers to Eclipse and to Linux in general. The way I see it, there are 2 main reasons why you would want Eclipse plugins to be bundled as part of the Linux distribution. And the first one of those is that it makes us look good as Linux distro integrators. Second big reason is that it makes you look good as the upstream project developers of Eclipse plugins. And if you need more reason than that to look after the user experience on the Linux, then consider that on Stack Overflow's highly scientific and reliable developer survey, it turns out that there are over 20% of developers are developing on Linux workstations. This might not be true for Eclipse specifically, but it's inarguably a decent-sized chunk of potential users. So I'll start with the things that make us look good. For us, it's obviously all about integration with the rest of the system, even down to things like supplying desktop files for providing a launch button in the desktop environment. We add metadata to plugins, so they show up in the software center of the operating system. So when users are searching for applications, they can see your plugins and they're made more discoverable that way. And obviously we use the operating system's native installation method, in our case RPM, and the implication of that is that you get things that aren't distributed by Eclipse as when you install Eclipse plugins. So for example, if you install CDT, you get C compilers. If you install PyDev, you get Python. And if you install the Docker tooling, you get Docker as well. So you don't have to hunt down and install extra software. This is a quick screenshot of the GNOME Software Center where you can search for Eclipse, and all of our RCP applications show up in there as well. And you see all the add-ons there. And by the way, this is like free desktop standard as well. So if you do this for your plugins, then GNOME users benefit and KDE users benefit and so on. So Eclipse also looks good when it's rock solid stable. And this is how we make the project look good. Recently there was a spate of crashes where Eclipse was dying seemingly randomly, and it turned out because there were some bad behaving browser plugins that users had installed that caused a crash. Now this doesn't make people think, oh no, these browser plugins are crap. This makes people think, oh no, my Eclipse has crashed again. So although we can't fix the proprietary plugins, what we can do is work around it in our packaging. So we can do things like, we can patch Eclipse to intercept calls to DL open so that we can blacklist plugins until we can patch Eclipse to use WebKit 2, which has real SAM. And once we've got patches working in Fedora, then we try and upstream them to the Eclipse project. This is a screenshot of some patches that went in recently from my colleague Sopot to make the dark theme work better on Fedora, which a lot of our users were suffering from. And conversely, if we see problems that our users are suffering from that have been fixed upstream, then we try to backport them to our stable releases. So if you're sold on this and you think your plugins would benefit from being bundled with the distro, here's some things you can do to make my life easier as an integrator. The first big item, why doesn't everyone use Tycho? Tycho is an order of magnitude easier to build plugins with, and it's a lot less fragile than a traditional PDE build. You can take that from me. For legal reasons, we have to build everything that ends up in a Linux distro from source, so it's important to know which commit your release is comprised of. So I implore you all to tag your releases in Git when you make them. And there are low-hanging fruit that can easily be fixed in 5 minutes with a dozen lines of XML, which is, the desktop launchers and the GNOME Software Center metadata. You can just commit a little XML file into your repo, into your Git repo, and then that will be included in our packages and will show up there for people to install. And that's about it. If you want to know more, you can contact me, mbooth@fedoraproject.org. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. So the next topic is about static code analytics and also every analytics about your project by Boris Baldassari. So,
donc, pour commencer,
go ahead.
Il faut faire view full screen mode.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm sorry, it doesn't work. I can do it in 5 minutes, but not without the site, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can see it at least.
Cool.
Si tu fais genre display, peut-être qu'il y a 2 écrans. Ah ouais. Mais il faut commencer quand même. Okay, vas-y.
Et après, tu fais comment?
View full screen.
Bon, ok. Tu peux le faire comme ça? C'est bon, désolé.
Hi, I'm Boris Baldassari from Castellia Solutions. I'm here to talk about open development data at Eclipse. You've probably heard of the open data movement. Actually, in the open source world, we have had access to many artifacts for years, like source code, Bugsy entries, mailing lists, and so on. But the point with source data is it can go far beyond that. From these tools, you can also get the metadata with time information, history, and so on. You can have, if the toolset permits it, you can have information about intellectual property, planning, resources, organizational metadata, and so on. And the point with the trend in the last years is that the data has been well organized, it's easy to consume, and also there are a lot of efforts that have been put in the compatibility between the different data sets, the access, so with standard formats, JSON, CSV, and so on, and the documentation, which helps you get the data and use it for your own purpose. So with the next. With these different perspectives on the projects, so it's really a matter of perspectives. You see different things with different data sources. What can you do once they are all available in easy-to-use data, CSV, JSON files, and so on? You can do a lot, like tracking your projects with dashboards and so on. You can help, you can post it about the activity, what's going on the project, which helps fostering the community. You can discuss issues in the project based on facts, and also you can help researchers help you, because research needs data sets to validate their theories and so on. And good solutions for us. Of course, Eclipse has stepped in for a long time, few years actually, on the open data. There are a few data sources. The first one is the project management, which holds a lot of information about all the projects, the mailing list, resources, name, description, update sites, and so on. You can visualize this information on the website, and you can also download it with JSON files. The Eclipse dashboard has many information about the community, configuration, and so on. The same, you can access everything on the dashboard.eclipse.org. And you can also get information from the continuous integration engine. Hudson has a REST API and RSS feeds and so on that you can pass. And there are a lot of sources internal, like wiki, recent changes, and things like that, marketplace downloads that you can retrieve. And external websites like Stack Overflow, which is often used by big projects for the support. Just an example to show how we can simply retrieve all this information. I did a quick hack. That's really a quick hack, so it's public. You can access it. And it's from a project ID. It retrieves all the information from dashboard, PMI, in a continuous integration engine. So the beauty is that with only the project ID, so say modeling.serious, you get all this information. And so it's just a list of entries right now, but because it's a quick hack. But you could do things like take actions, sending emails, and so on. You can have advanced dashboards, create PDF automatic reports.
So you can do a lot with that quite easily. It took me 1 day to develop that. So you can access the full article. I've written a full article on that with the description of the different data sources available for the Eclipse ecosystem. And you can access this dashboard. So you can add a project. It's really easy. You click on add a project and you put the tools.cdt. And after a few seconds, you have all the list of entries and so on. You can delete it because it's so fast to recreate it. So everything is on this URL, and if you have any more questions or information, please come to me.
Thanks, Boris. So next one is Mr. Ike Stepper with CDO's new clauses, if we find his presentation.
Don't worry, it's right here. You just press on this. The last one and it'll start.
Okay, let's go.
CDO is a runtime platform for models with a focus on orthogonal aspects such as transactionality, distribution, and persistence. An application commits model changes to the repository, which saves them to a variety of backend stores and then notifies the other applications. Multiple repositories can form a failover cluster, and if the master server fails, the applications can transparently switch to one of the backend servers. If the network is unavailable for a longer period, the entire master repository can be cloned, and the clone repository can serve multiple applications. It's all synchronized with the master whenever possible. The model of an application is loaded and controlled by a view or a transaction. Lazy loading of single objects is supported, as well as garbage collection, and as a consequence, your models scale without hard limits. In multi-threaded applications, you can render the entire UI with a single read-only view, and each user action opens a new transaction that can be safely executed in a background job. CDO provides you with all you need to focus purely on your business logic. All this functionality is available through powerful and concise APIs. A few examples will follow. From a session, you open a model transaction, which lazily loads the model parts that you need. Then you modify the model and commit the changes back to the repository. This is an example of a remote OCL query. Note that you can already start to iterate the results while the server is still pushing new results to the client. In this example, you merge all changes from a team to an open transaction of the main branch, the merge result to the server. CDO's old user interface was the sessions view at the lower bottom. It was quite technical, with concepts such as sessions, views, and transaction information wasn't remembered. From here, you open CDO editors for your resources. The sessions view does still exist, but the new UI comes with a cooler view for persistent repository locations. This repository's view also displays the branch tree. You can create new branches and rename existing ones. Connections to existing remote repositories can be easily configured, and you can also create new local repositories, which make it very fast and convenient to test CDO. To actually work with your models, you create checkouts from the configured repositories. Different types of checkouts exist.
Some are for editing online, for auditing, and there are some for offline work. The checkouts appear in the Project Explorer, but if they are not physical projects in the workspace, objects can be edited directly through the new ECP integration. Of course, the CDO editor is still available, and now it uniformly supports the locking of single objects or trees of objects. Decorations show the locking states of the objects. Interactive merging is now supported, as well as comparing and switching between the branches and historical branch points. The history support has been enhanced, and now you can create new historical checkouts directly from the history page. And finally, there's a new time machine view, which you can use to switch the models of a historical checkout back and forth in time with no more than dragging a simple slider. Thank you for listening.
So next is the Vorto Information Model Repository by Olaf Weinmann.
Yeah, so hello, I'm Olaf Weimann. I'm the project lead of Eclipse Vorto, and I would like to give you an overview about the Vorto project and its concepts and its ideas. So the Vorto project is about device abstraction, and for device abstraction you first need a representation of a device. In the IT world we call it information model. On the left hand side you can see real world devices. On the right hand side you can see these abstract descriptions of these devices. For example, for the Philips Hue, we have an information model, and also for that camera. The Philips Hue has a few functionalities. For example, you can switch it on and off. You can change the color. You can adjust the color temperature and also the brightness. And on the right-hand side, you can see we represent this using so-called function blocks. Function blocks are reusable building blocks for creating information models. So, for example, for the color selection, we would have a function block, color picker, and also for the color temperature, we have another function block, and so on. These components can be reused then. That is how you create information models. We provided here a nice DSL editor based on Xtext, which has all the features that you are expecting when you're creating information models, but the target is to make that very easy. This is the overall picture about Vorto. So the idea behind it, so we have device manufacturers, solution developers, and also platform vendors. And the idea is that device manufacturers can use that IoT toolset or that graphical editor, that DSL editor that I showed to describe the devices, then check these descriptions into the repository, and now they are publicly available. Platform vendors can create code generators that are able to transform these information models into the format that they need. For example, Java code, C++ code, XML, whatever is needed. The solution developer in the end, who likes to integrate a device into a specific platform, can use then such a code generator to generate, I don't know, for example, a code skeleton or things like that, and then integrate the device. These are the components of Vorto. You have the IoT toolset, that is the editor that I showed, code generators to transform the models, the meta model. All the information models are instances of the meta model, so they structure the devices, and the repository, of course. The repository is the newest component. We have developed it in the last few weeks, and I would like to give a short overview about the repository and the idea behind it. The repository itself is to share information models and to manage them, to make them publicly available. Here you can see the entities that are in the information model repository. We have the information models itself. You have the building blocks, the function blocks that are used to create information models, and entities. Entities are data types, especially data types with semantics. Now, the IoT toolset on the left-hand side has to be integrated very well with that repository, that the work is possible. So you have to, you need functionalities to check in and check out information models, and so that must be very good integrated. Since the repository will be hosted by Eclipse and will then be publicly available, we need some kind of governance, because it's very important for us that the quality in the repository is very well. So the data that is in there must be very good, otherwise nobody will use it. So we are interested in creating a governance above that repository, but currently we are in the discussion, and if you have any input on that, please contact me. That would be very interesting for me. Here are a few impressions from the repository. That is the web UI. You can browse for information models. Here are a few examples. For example, a Fibaro smoke detector or motion detector from EclipseU. Here are the function blocks. You can also browse for them. I have here a few examples, for something like a temperature sensor, a color picker, or things like that. These are all examples, and also you can browse for entities. Of course, you can also access the Watto repository via REST calls. So, yeah, technically, the repository is based on a few things. It's mainly Jersey, AngularJS, Lucene, Spring, XML, and of course Java, and we run that in a Jetty. So the next step for us will be to realize that integration between the toolset and the repository that is not realized so far, and yeah, then the toolset can be very good used to fulfill that requirement. Yeah, that is Watto. Thank you very much.
Okay, next Ignite talk is The Birth of a Polaris Tool Based on Papyrus by Jonathan Dumont. Here you go.
So hello everybody, I'm Jonathan from All4Tech. So I will have 5 minutes to give you an overview of what is the safety analysis, the model-based safety analysis, and the tools that we are building Polaris project to answer to these needs. So first of all, a quick overview of why we are performing safety analysis. The thing is that we are building complex systems in different domains, for example, transportation, space, or military domain, and we have to make safety analysis for one thing, because there is one thing in common between all these systems: we don't want that they fail. And the thing is that we must avoid any field event to avoid death, injury, or even a $1 million bug. So just to perform this, it's really complicated. And when you have seen some kind of system like this, you can understand that model-based safety analysis is the next step to be able to perform safety analysis on complex systems. Actually, the systems are designed in different modules, and there isn't any solution for the safety analyst to keep his work on the same system that the system designer have made. But so keep calm, and we try to build it safe. And the thing is that there is several ways to perform safety analysis. It's several times it's an easier for the safety analysis. Just to perform this, our solution is made to integrate the safety and the system teams. This is not really obvious, and we want them to also focus on their added value task. That with our tool, we want to decrease the risk of human error in the safety analysis, reduce the analysis cost, and also make a integration with the system. Our tool is a quick overview. We are building your model with Papyrus, and then you can perform your safety analysis with general methods like FTA or FMEA. Currently, why we are performing an open source initiative? First, it was an expert which tried to make a tool alone on his part. It was quite difficult. And the thing is that we try to collaborate with different partners. We have joined an open project, which is OpenETCS, a European project, for the rail domain. And we have also found a common laboratory with the CEA called Call4S. Like this, we have faced some different approach of the safety, And now we want to distribute and share our expertise and try to build a real community. That's why we are moving to an open source initiative. But how can we do this? The thing is that we didn't have the expertise of open source. We want to rely on Polarsis for different things. First of all, we want to focus on the added value that we have. It's not the open source, and we want to make a real vibrant community. That's why we want to address industrial and different kind of end user. Actually, the perspective is that we are building our minimum viable product. We want our first release to be useful for the end user. So just focus on what we know and how we can do this. We rely on other projects. We are building this tool as a co-lead with the CEA to make this project possible. So that's why the meta model and other things will be customizable and open for the standard. We also want to ease external contribution, and we try to make this with an UMF setup, for example. Starting a project also means that we want to be challenging for us. That's why, even from the start, we want to have technical bricks that can lead us to something really useful. We want to build it with Pico, with Hudson, using Gerrit, and the quality of the project will also be followed with different tools like check style, find bugs, and we are trying to use also RCPTT for the automated testing of the UE. So NARQ will also an interested part. We continue to have our commercial offer on top of this project, which is called Safety Architect, and which is driven by our own methodology. That's why the open part, ESF, is made as open as possible, but we want to focus on what we can do. And the CEA continue to maintain and develop its tool, which is Sophia, which is made for the research purpose. With these three tools, we can address different contexts, from the research to the commercial offer. Just a quick overview of the technical part. We rely on EMF compare, and also for the report, we use BERT. Nebula is for the NAT table things. The main part is obviously Papyrus, which is our modeler. So if you have any question or need more information, don't hesitate to come and see us on the CEA booth.
So last but not least, and after that we have lunch, what's new in Orion by John Arthur.
Press play there. Okay, I'm standing between you and lunch, so hopefully I'll make this entertaining for you and you can get to eat. So I'm going to be talking about Orion, which is a browser-based tool platform, and what we've been doing lately in the project over the last 6 months or so. So the problem I discovered after is that in our last 4-month release cycle, we had exactly 300 fixes and enhancements, which gives me exactly 1 second for each one. So I had to narrow it down a little bit. I'm going to talk about 4 major themes in the release. The language tooling, some of the work we did on scalability and performance, and some of our work on design, which I think is interesting, and on metrics. So the first area is language tools. So one important thing to know about Orion is that we're not trying to build everything ourselves. We want to, there's a huge ecosystem of JavaScript tooling out there, and what we want to do, the libraries we're using, we want to pull all those libraries in and focus on integrating them into our development environment and make sure you get the best possible JavaScript tools in the Orion editor. So some of the new features that we've been working on lately that we've released, so traversal. So Java developers are like, big deal, right? But JavaScript developers being able to jump to the declaration of a function, even across scripts, being able to jump from HTML to the related CSS is really difficult, and we've managed to do some of that in Orion. We've also introduced quick fixes, so we have a couple of dozen quick fixes for common JavaScript coding errors that we have available now, and there's a number of quick fixes for CSS errors as well. So another new feature is semantic rename. So you want to rename a function, the function called copy, but you don't want to rename every time you see the word copy. You want to semantically find the exact reference to that function and rename only those. So we've introduced that in Orion 9. Another area that we've been doing a lot of work on is rich hovers. So if you hover over an image, it'll show you a preview of that image. If you hover over a font, it'll show you what that font looks like. If you hover over a function, it'll tell you the JS doc for that function. So that's just some of the neat features we've been working on in the language tools. So we've also been doing quite a lot of work on scalability and performance. So there's two aspects to that. One is one of the IBM products is consuming Orion, scaling out a server to handle requires very different. And actually my talk later this afternoon will go into a lot more detail on that. But roughly, at a high level, what we've done is enabled Orion to be multi-instance. So you can have 2 instances of Orion running at all times and be able to swap between them. We've also been doing a lot of work on page load performance. Speed is the most important feature in a web application, so we've been doing a lot of work on optimizing the page load performance, looking at protocol level things we can do to really give you that slick. Developers expect their tools to be really snappy, and we've been doing a lot of work to make that happen. So design is another just completely different area we've been doing a lot of work on, which is kind of new for our team. So we actually have a full-time designer on our team now, and we are really baking in design into everything we are doing. So every single user experience change, we do a UX walkthrough review, get all the feedback, and iterate on it until it's good. So we've been doing a lot of work there to make sure that we have a really slick, really easy-to-use user experience. So in some of the output, this is our new editor page. It's nice and simple, very focused. You can have split editors now as well, though. If you want to be able to see multiple files at once, you can do that. But overall, it's a very clean, very simple, very easy-to-use UI. And this is a picture of the Git UI, which we did a lot of user studies, a lot of work on. Git is really complicated, and getting a Git UI that's easy to use is really tough. So we did a lot of work on that. So a final area I'll touch on, and then again I'll go into more detail in this one in my later talk, is on metrics. So with traditional apps, you kind of throw it out there and you have to wait for a year to get feedback. With a browser-based tool, you can get feedback instantly. So we've instrumented all of Orion with Google Analytics. It's only turned on by the server administrator if they want to enable that for their users. So it's not, it's a conscious decision by whoever's running the Orion server. But this gives us really detailed information about everything that's being done, and it allows us to do some really useful things, like we can see what file types people are editing, and if they're editing file types that don't have syntax highlighting, well, we know which ones to focus on next. So we've done syntax highlighting for 24 languages based on what a user's actually editing in Orion. We've also instrumented every client-side exception that occurs and sent that back, and every week we look what's the newest client-side exceptions that are coming in, and we're able to fix those without users ever having to report them. So that's just a real small taste of it. I'll be going into a lot more detail on some of those topics in my later talk. So I had a 10-second preview. Now this is a 5-minute preview. Come at 2 o'clock at Argos, you'll get the full 35-minute experience. So thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Okay, so I think it's time for lunch, and everybody is happy about that. So don't forget the show time during lunch. What? Okay. Lunch is 1 to 2. So, okay. What time is it? Huh? 30 minutes. Oh, what did we do? So, any idea who wants to? The show time starts now. Okay, so make sure that you have time to go through the demos before lunch, so that you can get lunch and take your second round of demos. Okay.
So I'm going to get started. So, hi everybody. Thank you for coming here. My name is Cédric Brun. I'm the CTO of OBO, the company which basically builds lots of modeling technologies within Eclipse. And today I'm going to show you what's new in Sirius 3.0. Well, it's always some kind of a tricky exercise, new and noteworthy talks, because there are so many things which happened in the last year, or at least since the last Luna release, that lots of small things which adds up, and then in the end, you have this release. So Sirius 3.0 got released yesterday as part of the Mars release. And so now you can grab it and try it, and hopefully with this talk you'll see what kind of benefits you can expect from it. But I'm going to take a bit of perspective on this. And this talk is basically called Faster, Stronger, and Smarter Diagram Editors, which could probably work for Sirius 4.0 or Sirius 5.0 or 3.1 or whatever. That's kind of the commitment we do when we build Sirius, that enabling you to build better diagram editors which works in more contexts. So just from an history perspective, so Sirius was, before being in Eclipse, was a commercial technologies which was part of our product, OBO Designer. So that was before the half of 2013, where we created the project in Eclipse and came with these technologies to bring it into the Eclipse modeling ecosystem. Then we did a release, the 0.9 release, in October or November, which basically was the same thing we had in the product, but renamed as an Eclipse project. Then we could move on the 1.0 release, which got released with Luna. So the part in red in the middle is the time frame where the Sirius team ramped up on the Eclipse infrastructure. So on the other hand, we had some other streams we were maintaining for our customers on the commercial versions. And then from weeks to weeks, all the team could work back on the Sirius master and get into the Eclipse process. So actually, in between the 2.0 release and the 3 release that we just had yesterday, we could say that's the first release we did of Sirius, which with a team which went full speed. So the whole team was active on this release, and you'll probably see that on the amount of new stuff which are in it. So first, about being smarter. So being smarter when you're providing a technology which enables to build diagram editors is kind of related to how the user experience is for your editors. And well, basically, you often end up with users of your diagram editors which kind of look like the grumpy cat. And they kind of look like the grumpy cat where, stuffs are moving in some ways that it did not predict, or the layout is just all wrong, and just sometimes the tool, it feels like they are fighting the tool to get their layouts right. So, for instance, if any customer has an issue with a layout which just is not right after migration, then that's basically the face we get. And we get this face because they actually did put a lot of work in making beautiful diagrams. So we did a lot of changes of behavior which were kind of inherited by the GMF runtime we're using. One irritating example is that when you would resize a container, then the GMF would kind of relay out the elements, because actually the position of this element in the container is relative to this container. So what we did is change this behavior and just let's keep it so that the user can resize the container and keeping the children element where it was. So there's lots of stuff around positioning things in the diagram. The snap to shape was something which was there, but what we've seen with users is they were not even aware that it was there. So the snap to shape will help you align elements as you move them around in the diagram. So we basically just enabled it by default for new diagrams. Snap to grid is now better used, and to resize no longer transport, and we did contribute some actions to distribute shapes with the same gap in between shapes, or align them in between the centers and so on. All these features are just coming up for free with the users of your diagram editor if you're using Serious, and so they can work with the layout more easily. One I like to see is the action to reset the diagram origin. It probably happened to you that you're moving your diagram, you're creating it, and at some point you not even know exactly why, but maybe the elements are a bit too up near the hub of the editor, or you have lots of blank space at the top, and so you can just right-click and reset it, and you'll get a nicely page for your diagram. Edges layering is also something which can get quite irritating. So before, the GMF basic behavior was that when you move something and there is an edge, the whole edge is rerouted, and it tried to compute with some tricky relative proportion the position of the new bind points. So you basically have pretty much the same breaks you had before, but not quite. And it's actually quite painful for the user. In the 2.0, well, we're just changing the last points when you move stuff around which are connected. And by the way, we also added some actions to better manage those pain points, so you can reset an edge and stuff like that. So that's one aspect which is critical for the deployment of your tool. It's being able to build beautiful tool. So beautiful is, of course, something which is not quite, I would say, well, people might have different taste. But on the other hand, what we try to provide with Serious is give you the flexibility of creating something beautiful. We'd like to have you, to provide a way for you to have beautiful editors from the start. So we try to do that, but it's not always easy. So anyway, that's the kind of stuff which makes you look bad when you deliver a modeler. So here we have a diagram editor which has lots of images and shapes. The shapes technically are just images. And what the users see is that if the shape is not a square, actually to Serious, it's kind of a square anyway. And because of that, all the edges and chores, so the beginning and the end of the shape, are just positioned in some kind of invisible shape, which is rectangular. With Serious 3.0, well, Serious gets a little smarter and analyze your own image, being it PNG image or SVG image, which means if you have any alpha information, like transparency within the image, then Serious will shift these connection points up to the point where something which is not transparent is there. For the end user, it looks way slicker just because of this small change. Otherwise, sometimes we had reports that people were like, this thing is connected to this other thing, but I'm not sure if it's really connected. It's like there's some gap. We also provide you the ability to have other styles for the label. We used to have the bold italic styles. And now we also provide underline and strike through, which gets very useful if, for instance, in your diagram editor you want to display something which acts like a key in a table or something like that, then underline is very suitable. Or if you want to show that some class, for instance, is deprecated. So that's something you can use in your own viewpoint specification model and then deploy diagram editors using this. This one is kind of something we did wait for quite long. Actually, we worked on it, then stopped working. It was kind of in Serious 1.0, but not good enough so that we could enable it by default. With Serious 3.0, it's better. It's not completely done yet, but it's better, but it allows you to create compartments within containers. What is interesting with the compartments is that it's basically just an extension of the classic container mapping that you might have used already. So you have different kind of children presentation, freeform, list, and now you have horizontal stack or vertical stack. But what is interesting is it's a mapping, so in a serious language. So that means you can have a dynamic number of compartments if you need to. You can create virtual compartments which are not related to something concrete in the model. And of course, you can leverage the full power of the queries to retrieve the elements you want to get to create new maps to retrieve the elements which are to be mapped to the compartment instances. So as I said, it's enabled now, but it's what I would say freshly painted. So it works for most of the cases we did envision at first, but lots of stuff like rounded corners or well, small stuff like that are just not done yet and are going to be released completely during the next release in November. So we are finishing those corner cases and polishing it for Series 3.1. And of course, we need you to report any weird thing using compartments that you've seen through the Bugzilla, which means that it's probably a good time to try it. If it fits your use case and it works correctly for your use case, try it, use it. If you have anything which looks wrong, just wait for the release, but report the bug. Of course, you're building tools using Serious, and we don't want your tools to fail. We want to help you creating tools which are strong. And first, that means working on the Serious runtime and fixing bugs, actually. So when you look at the amount of issues which got fixed since the Luna release, which was just 1 year ago, the 1.0 release was the release where, as I said, the team was kind of ramping up. And so we closed 100 Bugzillas, but basically only 2 feature requests. So mostly making sure everything works correctly. Then we had quite a lot of maintenance release, especially for the 2.0 stream. But in 2.0, we could bring more feature requests, like almost 30 feature requests for 100 of class bugs. In 3.0, which got released yesterday, it's 200 class bugs, 35 feature requests, and in the meantime, lots of maintenance release. Pretty much every month, a maintenance release to ship the bugs we fixed in the meantime. So that's kind of the ratio you should expect from Serious, the ratio from the 3.0 release. I mean, that's a tool which is deployed and which is used a lot, and our first commitment is making it works reliably. So anything which is found, we are considering it to fix it quite quickly. So indeed, we add more features and we process feature requests. But on the other hand, features are landing in the software only when they're good enough, or at least they're marked as experimental, just like the compartment. So how many of you have already opened an ODesign file? Thank you. Well, so you already experienced what we mean by the query language, which is in the ODesign file. It's kind of a critical part of Serious. It's all these boxes in yellow here. So all these properties in yellow are actually queries, and you can use many different languages within these queries. So basically, so we have the Serious core runtime, which is on the left, and we have other implementation on the right, which depends on external stuff. So the core runtime provides 3 very basic engine or query interpreters. One which is called feature, service, and var for variables. So those are the queries you write if you just write var dot and then the name of the variable, or service just to call some Java code. We also have what we call the MTL interpreter, which is using the syntax from Axilo 3. And what we call the legacy interpreter, which was the beginning of Sirius a long time ago, which was using Axelo 2.x. With Sirius 3.0, we are introducing a new interpreter, which is called AQL. I'm going to go back on this one later on. But what you have to understand now is that the ODesign editor and tooling rely on those interpreters because those are extensible and rely on the fact that at some point you might at some point you might call some MTL or a service something. And in the end, when you want to validate, Sirius has to put all of this together to get the right typing information. And one of the questions you would ask is, okay, what is the type of the variable source in the context of this edge mapping? And when you ask that, Sirius has to figure out that depending on the mapping structure, the source, the target, their types, or maybe depending on the result of some query, which could be in OCL, like Cilio, and so on, then source is of this type. Problem is actually there are multiple types. So in the context of the creation of this edge, for instance, the source can be of two types, basic family.man, basic family.woman, because the way we define the ODesign is that you can say, okay, this mapping has these two source and target. So we're basically managing what we call union types all the time. So these variables, for instance, have two possible types, which gets interesting because it explains why it took us quite a few time to get proper tooling and compilation and validation within the ODesign editors. But with Sirius 3.0, that's something we bring on the table. So basically now Sirius knows how to do some type system checking regarding the variable types, delegating it to the different interpreter implementation, and getting this information back for code completion, validation, and so on. In the end, for you, it just means that you can rely on right-click validate way more than before, and Sirius will not find false positive, like, hey, self, it looks like it's an E-object. Okay, but I'm sure it's an OCL as kind of something. So this should not happen anymore. But as I said, it requires a stronger support in the implementation. And right now, the best support we have is in the new interpreter called AQL. We also implemented it in feature and var. We did a few improvements in the MTL syntax and the legacy and OCL, which are just there for historical reason. No update whatsoever. So this implementation, all the others, are now able to return the types of the result of the query, and Sirius can use it. So I'll go through a quick demo now, just to show you so that you can see exactly what's new. So I just used the family example. It's very straightforward example. If you've been using Sirius and did the tutorials already, you already know about that. So I have my project here with persons, and the ODesign specification is actually right there in the workspace. So we did lots of small stuff in the editor to make your life easier. For instance, now you can call and write something, and the editor will find the corresponding elements. So let's say if I've got an AQL somewhere here, and so you can quickly navigate and find, I don't know, all the things which relate to man and so on. We also worked on providing just support for selecting images. So that was something which was quite painful. You know, you would have to get the path right, and often you would make a mistake, of course. Now it's being validated, meaning if I have the path wrong, Sirius is going to tell me that the image just doesn't exist. So we basically did all this stuff which are making you able to validate your design and be sure that it's correctly checked and that be pretty confident that it works. Another thing which is back and which came with the development around the AQL interpreter is the ability to define a service, a Java service, directly in your workspace and use it directly in your workspace. That's something which we supported before Luna. But with Luna, the OSGI runtime did some changes, which were breaking changes, which meant that the kind of hooks we used before were not available anymore. So we did redevelop these features in another way now. That means that in my design here, I have, for instance, the man node, which is using this service, which is called getMemberInterest. And if I look at the Java code, which is right there. So this is getMembers of interest. Basically, right now it's just family getMember. So if I change that and say, okay, I will just take the people which have no mother and I write the Java code accordingly. And if I make it compile, we're not magic enough to make it compile for you. And I update my diagram. So now I can see only the persons which have no mother in the model, of course. So that means you can get back to very quick turnarounds, even when you're using Java services. So when should you use Java services? Well, as soon as you have some logic which is more complex and which requires, well, iterating if conditions and which will not be very convenient to do using the action language here, for instance. So go back to Java if you need stuff like that, or if you need to control completely the performance of your queries. So as you can see, now the edge just follow the image here, which is an SVG image, but could be a PNG one, and it will find the transparent layer accordingly. Okay, I think well, no, I'm not good at all. Another one is the compartment. So let's see just a compartment quickly. So the compartment, as I said, is just a container mapping, except that it's a vertical or horizontal stack. So if I create a new compartment, which is a compartment for each E attribute of any class, which makes you notice that Sirius doesn't care if you're mixing E-core models in the same diagrams, of course, then you can see where the compartment is processed here. Let's say I want to change the label alignment, make it center. And here it is. And of course, you can also use, as I said before, the underline and strike through. So, and you can even use both at the same time. All these things give you the ability to design your graphical modelers and decide how you display the information. Okay, I kind of lost track of where I was. So here it is. So workspace class loading is back. Image, path validation, and so on, the quick line. We also worked on the submenus so that the more frequent used one are on the top, and lots of small things like that, but which makes a huge difference when you're using this editor to define your tooling. The fun part. The fun part is being faster. It's always kind of one of the first questions people are asking us. I mean, like, well, yeah, it's cool. It's interpreted, so it gives me fast turnaround, but what happens when, well, it gets deployed and the model grows, or if, well, speed is always a major concern for everybody and especially for us. So our goal, and that's a goal, is to be able to handle conveniently and easily model elements. So why 1 million, you would say? Well, first, that's a nice round number. So, I mean, that's better on the slide than, I don't know, 100 or even 900,000, I don't know. But actually, there's a real reason. That if you bench EMF a bit, you'll see that the core runtime itself handles this kind of load fairly easily. We also experimented with, well, all the customers already using Sirius. And basically, when you start modeling quite a lot, and you add some analysis features, for instance, in your model kind of quickly grow to something like 200K or 300K model elements, 500Ks, 1 million model elements. If you go beyond that bar, it probably means that you have way more stuff than the people which are designing your system are actually needing, because actually your brain can't just know about so much elements. So if we put the bar here and everything works correctly here, then we're pretty sure to cover most of the use cases in a good way. So most of the operations to get there are, like big operations, like opening the project, closing the project, opening a big class-like diagram, and refreshing it, saving. So all these kind of operations we started to measure and to improve in Sirius 3.0. So there's lots of improvements, either regarding time or heap, and all these improvements are actually lots of changes in very specific areas of some inefficient algorithm that we found at some point and so on. So in the end, when you open a project right now, it's going to be like 30% faster in general. But more interestingly, the heap usage will go down for about 20%. So we did regress a bit on opening a big class diagram. So the big class diagram is the class diagram with thousands of classes. So that's the diagram you cannot use, actually. It's just too big to be used. That's not the way we want you to build tool. But anyway, it's a nice benchmark anyway. So it's like 11 seconds. It's now 2 times faster. But we are using slightly more heap regarding when the diagram is open. And when you close it, we are cleaning slightly more things. So that's like, yeah, 20% increase of 24 megabyte heap. So save, I've seen big improvements in the closing the diagram too, and closing the project. So we have a good amount of things we can improve, but we did not work on this yet. So the model footprint of Sirius, by this I mean the models Sirius is using itself, got pretty much a 20% improvement. First, we could use the minimally object implementation of EMF at last. I'm saying at last because as we do provide support for quite old versions of Eclipse for specific customers, then we need to wait for them to upgrade at some point. We did rework the eco model and the way we store colors, for instance, and we of course fixed leaks, memory leaks, and we reduced the usage of adapters. But in the end, what is interesting is you're saving 20% memory. So save strategy has been changed and re-implemented. It now analyzes the dependencies when saving. And we did, well, lots of improvement in the image cache and stuff like that. Another aspect of performance is latency. So we worked on the diagram refresh, and we also worked on lots of UI elements which were just not scaling either from a performance, a CPU time perspective, or from a user's perspective, right? If you have a model with one element and you need to pick one of them, you probably need to have some kind of search box. So these are all the improvements we made in various parts of Sirius. Tables have been quite dramatically improved. And we introduced a new query engine. And we introduced it mostly to fit Sirius better and to have performance and scalability improvements. So this new implementation is dedicated to the use case of Sirius. The use case of Sirius is, at a given point in time, you're working on a model which is being edited. So lots of things are going wrong from a perspective of the query engine. Like, you have many variables for given expressions which are changing their type all the time because you're just moving your mouse something and on different elements. So you have a query which is changing the context all the time. Null values are just common because your model is just not done yet. It's under construction. Well, all these specific aspects of Sirius were used as context requirements for this engine. What we wanted is mostly predictable performance overhead and a very small query engine that we can move in other areas. So, from in syntax and language perspective, it's kind of an OCL. If you know OCL, then you know AQL. Except there is no such thing as implicit variables. For instance, if you used to do name, it's just AQL. You have to say. There's two reasons to that. One of it is for performance reason. And the other one is when you're in your ODesign specification and you have so many variables, determining that name is an attribute or maybe a name of another variable can get hard. So it really makes your life easier. And you find classic operations like filter and collect and so on. So the idea is not to bring a new syntax and new semantic. The idea is just to have a new implementation. And of course, the convenient operations that you really need when you build a graphical modeler, like cross-references and all instances and stuff like that. So it's not strictly compatible with MTL, which is the query engine we're shipping with Sirius 2. But a subset of MTL works for both, which means that if you have, for instance, just name, then you add self.name, and it's going to work with AQL or MTL, and then you can migrate more easily. Why would you want to migrate? So this is a small bench, and that's the time spent in query implementation, and so there's the overhead of the different implementation. So blue is actually the overhead of the interpreter. Red is managing the variable state, and yellow is kind of the thing you just have to do anyway. So basically what I want you to remember from this bench is that using AQL, for instance, you about 10% of the time of the refresh is spent in AQL for a big diagram. And this is comparable to the lowest thing we can have regarding overhead. So there's really no reason you would not use AQL from a performance perspective. So it's been shipped with Sirius 3.0, and it has an experimental features, and it will be shipped as a reference implementation in November. So if you start development in Q4, consider it. If you're still using the legacy language, consider it. And if you're using MTL, consider it too. You can install it using the update site. I'll just move very quickly to the demo because I promised it. So this is a project with 1 million model elements. So that you know that I'm not lying, right? Which is always nice. So 1 million model elements here in the model. How much heap do I need for 1 million model elements? Well, actually not that much. So here I'm at 700 megabytes. And what happens if I create a new diagram? So I have fairly low latency when creating a new class, for instance, considering the size of the model. But, of course, the performances will depend on how you define your design. So focus on queries which would scale badly if the model grows, measure using the embedded profiler, and improve and repeat. And now, a few seconds for the roadmap. So 3.0 is a major version. I think you noticed the version number, but don't panic, right? So upgrading from another major version of Sirius is basically all the models are migrated by Sirius. So you just open it, save it, and it's going to be upgraded. And then check the release note for user visible changes, change versions. If it's compiling, it's going to work. If it's not, check the release note again. But actually, the IP change are very isolated in parts we don't really expect you to use unless you're having a heavy use of Sirius already. By the way, core tools on UML Designer had no impact whatsoever. And November will bring 3.1, which already is planned to have other UX improvement. So always this diagram user experience. We still have a few areas where we could improve, finishing the compartment support, the actual query engine, and of course our commitment to better and performance and scalability all the time. Other themes which have not been completely approved yet for 3.1 is better SVG rendering, internationalization story, preferred site for ports, and so on. So these are under consideration. And then for Neon, which is next year, maybe properties views integrating in the ODesign file, maybe edge from to list elements. That's the kind of stuff we just get fairly often. But always scalability, performances, and headless support. But actually, it could be your priority too, because we have some customers which are sponsoring this kind of work. So if you want something to be done in Sirius, and OBO is there for that. So takeaways, please remember Sirius just focus on helping you building state-of-the-art modeling tools. There's 15 new authors on the Eclipse forum every month, so join us. There is interesting discussion there. And if you want to try Sirius, the easiest way to do it is just download OBO Designer Community. It's all EPL. It's only Sirius bundled with the core tools with, well, all the dependencies. And the 8.0 version is coming very soon. So if you're using Sirius already, and I've seen lots of talks speaking about Sirius today, which were very interesting, and if your entry is not in the gallery yet, just add a new comment on the bug and tell us, hey, I'm doing this, here is a screenshot, please add me to the gallery. And another thing is, this year we're going to organize the first conference dedicated to Sirius. That would be a one-day conference, and we'll have the pleasure of hosting this in Paris the 3rd December. So if you're interested into Sirius and using it, you should really book the day. It's going to be a free conference, so no charge for coming, and it will be a great time to discuss and have a look on your toolings and maybe give some advice and so on. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I kind of slipped on the schedule, but if you want to see the demos more in depth, you can find me on the OBO booth this afternoon. Thank you. And by the way, so you can either ask very quickly right now or just get to me later. Okay, see you later.
Hi, thank you all for attending this session. I try to uncover a few secrets of the newspaper industry and how we somehow try to solve their challenges with Eclipse. So we're talking here of one of the oldest industry that has been around for more than 400 years now. The newspaper industry has always been driven by technical innovation. The Gutenberg press, distribution by planes, digital photography, and now the digital media revolution. It has been one of the earlier adopters of the computers. Press industry is a natural match for software. And it happens I work for a company that is selling this kind of software. Vega, a bit like media. It's been created in 1981 at the very dawn of the computer introduction in the newspaper. We are French, as you might have noticed. We've been working with all the great names in the French media industry, from Figaro to L'Équipe, from Le Parisien to La Provence, from La Croix to l'Humanité. I'm the product manager and the technical architect for Open4, our software for the newspaper. I've been working on this product family for 13 years now. So, why do you really need dedicated software in the newspaper industry? Wouldn't a good plain word processor do the job? Publishing a newspaper is kind of a unique case in the industry. You're in the business of building a product every day. Therefore, you actually require processes to coordinate a lot of people's jobs and responsibilities. And you also have to get all of those a 24-hour time frame. A lot of people are adding content, text or photo, and the most important content of all, advertising, in a product called the daily newspaper. So they need to have dedicated tools, and at the same time, the same real-time vision of the product. Just to summarize, these 24 hours only focus on the print operation, not the digital publishing operation. Everything starts with a blank flat plane. As 80% of the newspaper revenues generated with advertisements, it is filled with commercials. How many ads dictates how many pages you will print? It's not the news. Content is collected for various sources. News agency, AFP, Reuters, freelancers, and of course, journalists. It's placed into the page by multiple editors, people that have the job of matching the content, the copy within the available space. This is called copy fitting. Photo is added, graphical design is added, headline is added. The journalist is adding a title. Specialist people are. Text is reviewed, well it should be, for correctness, both grammar and fact-checking. It's sent to press. Let me demonstrate and sum up in a few minutes this our time frame. So first I log in. I have to change the screen. Est-ce que j'ai la possibilité de le changer en live? Pourquoi ça n'apparaît pas? Je le fais dans PowerPoint. Ah oui, donc je reviens dans la présentation après, ok. Ouais. Le problème, c'est que le formulaire de login, je ne peux pas le déplacer. Bon, c'est pas grave. On va faire ça. Alors, du coup, ouais, le truc qui fonctionnait parfaitement sur mon système. So I log in, and okay. So first I come on a perspective. You might recognize an RCP application on Workbench based, and this is the perspective to work. On the top left, you can see the list of media we can work on here, and I can open it to see different dates, and here different flat pane for each date. Here, the 20th Friday, Friday 20th of March to work on. So I open it in write mode. The bottom here you have of the template, page template. You can see in list or as images, previews. And the first, we start with a blank flat plane. At the very first, we start with a blank flat plane. So we have all the pages in the order of a reader will read them from the first to the last. And the flatpan editor will drag and drop model on the page. As is a long process, I prepare a flat plan. So it here to have to put on full screen, and I will show you how is a quite finished flat plan. So you can see the image of the pages. You can see above the pages the section. And we use, as you can see, a special interface, graphical interface called ZUI. I will talk about this later more precisely. So, in the page here, I prepare a page. All the pages are filled with text and photos. I prepare just here a page not quite finished with a blank article with only some fake text to fill. I can show you. Here. So
what we need to finish this, we need content. There is another perspective. Is organized like an explorer to see all the content that exists in the database. It is organized with many kind of view. You can get it with special queries to filter, and I will work on the global publication views because I get all the content here. So in my page 2, I can see the prepared article, and I can see the different text and article that exist. I can see with different level here, and I can see different all my content. At the very beginning, writers input content in a raw mode without any styles here. And they have only to tag some text to make the application understand how the text is structured. Here, as I said, this is the head title, this is the title, and this is the text. And they save. They can have a look of the content here, a quick look, if it, and they can add photo here. Like this. We extract XMP metadata to fill some fields automatically, and you can add or modify the text, etc. And after, you can get the different content in the preview here. Then another editor start for the flat plane to work on the page to place content in using an external application that is Adobe InDesign. So we open it, you open the document in Adobe InDesign, and Adobe InDesign is open on this screen. And I would like to that, and we integrate the Adobe InDesign using an Eclipse view here that is shown over the top of InDesign. Here we can see, we reduce because the screen is, I don't see where my, okay, here you see the article, the text I shown you earlier, the blank article. Here you can see the different content that is already in the page, and there is another tab with the content is outside text, the article, and the editor can drop under here the text to put the text in the page, and what I shown you earlier with tagging the different part of the text, title, text, etc. The text come in the right fields. This is a kind of mapping that allows to know how to fill the page with the right fields. After that, the user close and save the page and go back to Flatplan, and if there is no demo effect, I have my text updated and visible in the page. After that, there are many processes. I will talk about all this more precisely later, just to show you, usually they use PDF to check the page. We can export a global flat plan in PDF2 to where is my mouse? Why? Ah. Export page, okay. Then the PDF can be sent to the press, page by page or in a global PDF. Like that. This is a proof to be dispatched to users to have a look of the finished flat plan, etc. So let's go back to the slides. So you recognize an RCP application. Here are a few figures of interest. It's built on Eclipse RCP version 3.5. We have developed 27 features and 200 plugins using 99 libraries. For the last 7 years, we have created 40,481 classes and written 491,886 statements. So, have you seen in my quick demo, I don't talk about it, having 140 people working on the same product. with different roles simultaneously present a lot of challenges. First one, everybody discuss and share the same vision on the flat plan, but with very different point of views. The application is massively multi-user, with real-time notification. Everyone has to keep up to date, with never a single manual refresh. And by the way, at the time we designed this software, that was the reason why we could not go with a web application. Graphical and photo editing is created by using specialized software such as Adobe Photoshop and Adobe InDesign that must be tightly integrated with our software. Let me start with that challenge. Do you know what a ZUI is? Z-U-I. Yes. ZUI is the acronym for Zoomable User Interface. A ZUI is a new kind of interface that presents a huge canvas of information on a traditional computer display by letting the user smoothly zoom in to get more detailed information and zoom out for an overview. This interface paradigm is based on the idea of scale. User can change the scale of the viewed area in order to see more or less detail and browse through different documents. It allows to zoom for very far to have the general view of the newspaper to the most precise detail of a page to check for a word or even the position of a comma. The concept was developed by Ken Perlin, Jim Holland, and Ben Bederson in New York University in the late 90s. The first project, Pad++, was licensed to Sony. Then Bederson ported it to Java as Piccolo 2D. Even if other projects such Archie or ZVTM at the Inria do exist, the main Java implementation at this time remains Piccolo 2D. The most prominent example of ZUI is the original Apple iPhone interface, for example, the photo app. And this is basically a neat implementation of a 10-year-old demo of PhotoMesa, an early demo of Piccolo. So what did we choose this Piccolo library versus choosing JEF? Piccolo 2D uses a scene graph model that is common to 3D environments. Basically, this means that Piccolo 2D maintains a hierarchical structure of objects and cameras, allowing us, the application developers, to orient, group, and manipulate objects in meaningful ways. Piccolo 2D allowed us to build structured graphical applications without worrying so much about the low-level details. The infrastructure provides efficient repainting of the screen, bounce management, event handling, and dispatching, picking, determining which visual object the move is over, animation, layout, and more. Zooming is built right into the framework. A lot of efficiency mechanisms are included and oriented towards this zooming paradigm. Caches, bound calculations. Piccolo 2D is BSD licensed. Even Piccolo fitted very well with visualization intent. We deal with many challenges. We have to deal with many challenges. And it's not especially an Eclipse challenge. Piccolo 2D is not thread safe and non-MVC. We had to adapt it under an abstraction. Second, Piccolo 2D is AWT based. We had to integrate with and many technical challenges arise. The main issue is due to threads and concurrent process, and we are dealing with two different thread models. The AWT swing model, thread model, and the SWT JFS thread model. And there are also job action using their own threads. As they are working on the same data, we had to deal with a lot of synchronization issues, especially during the data loading in order to avoid any blocking of the GUI. Even worse, we discovered that the AWT and the Apple JVM is more than prone to deadlock. So basically, we spend an awful lot of time working on scheduling between threads. And there are also a lot of issues with the Apple JVM with drag and drop. Before talking AWT integration nightmare, I can show you again what the ZUI mean and what the possibility is. So you can see. You can play with the zoom and see this is a very, very far, but we can go as far we need or as near we need. We can focus on something like that, focus on a page. I can pan with wheel and so other like that zoom and so anything. This is not only a view. I can, by example, move a page here. It's totally interactive. Okay. So I move a page here. I can put it back like that. I can some data, change section here. Don't know, sport. Like that. And etc. I can open articles, but or open page. You can see. I click on the wrong menu. I don't know on which click. Okay, I have many actions I can do here. So it's a normal interface with the zoom, the possibility of zoom in, zoom out. So here is our path of solving these issues to work, as you can see. First, we made a first integration with the SWT, AWT bridge, well known, the only classes provided by the Eclipse-based framework. But it is in some way too basic to be useful. The default support of interactivity was not complete. The mouse wheel was not working. The drag and drop was broken on Macintosh. Then we attempted several things. In order, we turned to the Albero plugin that shipped with Eclipse 3.4 at the very beginning of the product. But the drag and drop was still broken on Macintosh, and Albero was removed in 3.5. I did an SWT emulation of AWT to adapt Piccolo 2D. It did work. Drag and drop worked, but the interface was much too slow to be useful. We did a complete rewrite. I did a complete rewrite of Piccolo 2D in SWT. It did work, allowing us to have the same MVC model in AWT and SWT, But under heavy load, heavy graphic drawing, SWT could not allow to parallelize as much as we did in AWT, and in the end, we ran into performance issues. So in the end, sorry, I lose my mouse. So in the end, you sometimes made good encounters. I read an article in Eclipse Corner about embedded swing composite that enlightened everything. I integrate this, the component shown in the article, add my own adaptation, and you can see the you have seen the result in my little demo. So if you ever needed to implement an AWT integration on Eclipse, remember these 3 rules. Use the SWT AWT bridge and read the Eclipse Corner article. Be prepared to spend a lot of time and work dealing with the parallelization of the graphic threads and managing the synchronousness between SWT and AWT threads. And for the smoothness of the interface, do you render step by step? Draw an empty component first to avoid to get a black screen, then the wireframe structure, the image previews later. As I say in my introduction, a newspaper is done in a single day, but by a lot of people. For a small publication such as La Croix, more than 140 journalists and editors are connected and working simultaneously on the same date. Of course, asking the user to refresh its UI like you would do with a web browser is a big no-go. You really need a real-time update of all the application across all connected users. Every update on the database triggers a notification through our HTTP API. We are all connected Eclipse are listening to all notifications that are queued through a GMS server. In a single day, that represents more than 177,000 notifications. Every notification might or might not trigger a visual refresh. Let's see. It may look like in a simulated and accelerated view. As I cannot come with a pool of 140 editorial office workers, I use a simulator, accelerated, and we can see on the flat plane the workflow changing of all. Here I can zoom on. Like that. Here you can see the change of article. And this is on all views here. I don't know if here you can see the workflow color changing. If here it's not, I have to open maybe other page. So in all views, where the article, the same data is displayed, it changes with notification on all clients automatically without using a manual refresh. First, we had to be clever to handle the user's own notification. When a user changes data on his screen, it would be proper to wait for a server round-trip notification for his own action to update his own UI. But it would be not proper also to have two separate process, one for our own action and one for the other actions. So we just simulate a network notification when we're modifying a data on your own screen. So the process remains identical for both internal and external notifications without the cost of round-tripping to the server before updating the UI. This helps us to simplify all the process of refreshing. We have not to think about if the update is on the own client or comes from another client. This is true for queries views, like tree viewer or table viewer. For example, pages that are in your group to-do, if a page is modified, you will get the event it is, but is it in your to-do? You would have to request the server a particular SQL query. Imagine every user doing it at the same time. You would crush the server with the very same query being run at the same time. We can filter set to refresh only the line in the table view or tree viewer in the view showing the object. Only the views contained and show the updated object without querying server. The views can update for new object corresponding to the query for creation notification without querying server. And of course, when you it's usually just for a property or two of the object. And it's way better to just redraw a label rather than compound object. So we are using a memento, every object as a memento that allows to diff an incoming notification with the actual values to identify which properties and just update, change more. One of the most important features of the application is the interaction with an external software. In the creative industry, such as the graphic design for the newspaper industry, people rely upon Adobe creative applications, Photoshop for image editing, and InDesign for page layout. There are some of free alternatives, but it is the leader that really sticks and everybody just uses them. So if you want to produce newspaper, all the design of the page itself is done inside Adobe InDesign. Designers are taking validated papers from the redaction, are placing them in, and are working to make this page visually appealing. Let me show you again a quick demo. So I can open the page from the flat plan, but I can open the page from here. So the interaction with InDesign is done with this floating palette that is an Eclipse RCP view just shown in a shell of InDesign, and it's synchronized, and we can, by example, select a text here, and it will show in, it will select in the, here, it's selected here. See if I select the photo, the photo is in a group here, so I have to do a special, I will do with this. Here, the photo here is selected. I select this, I select. So we talk to the both applications talk together. We can. So I showed you earlier how I drop a text. We can do other things like replace the shape of the text like that. Here, a new photo appears here. I can toggle between the two. And this is two templates, and the text and the photo can go in the right place automatically with rules and tagging to describe how the content go. If you see a little sum up of the article, and if I replace this shape, the sum up is disappeared and replaced with a photo, and this has been moved. It was here. Like that here. Okay. What we wanted is a seamless interaction between Eclipse and InDesign. Here are our design choices. The floating palette belongs to the Eclipse application, even it visually it seems attached to InDesign. We didn't want to build complex business logic and server access into InDesign. Development into InDesign rely on the SDK C++ framework, which is complex, difficult to learn and debug. So a web server into InDesign that reacts to UI event, listen to HTTP full duplex request from Eclipse RCP application and response with XML. So when I drag and drop an Eclipse component into InDesign, the InDesign C++ plugins initiate an HTTP request to signal it receives a drop and sends a drop HTTP request back to RCP. Then the RCP can do the request to the InDesign HTTP servlet corresponding to the action of drop. By example, it sends an order to modify text in InDesign field into boxes. This is working very well. We were able to decouple the InDesign and Eclipse RCP lifecycle and handle easily any UI change without having to dive into the C++ complexity. I don't know if I have time to finish. Comment? I don't remember what's the time of finish. 5 minutes ago? Okay. So, I will pass this. Thanks for listening to this presentation. I hope you will now view the press industry a little bit differently. ultimately, we really wanted to build an application that vanishes, that is an helper to help journalists focus on what is the most important content. Thanks again for attending this session, and I'll be really happy to answer to any question you have if we have time to. Alors,
J'étais parti faire un push. Alors, I think that's almost right time. Okay, I think we're gonna start. Okay, thank you everybody. So I'm gonna talk to you about today 50 tips and tricks in Eclipse for the Java IDE. So we bit about me. Here are my references if you want to contact me. You will mainly find me wandering around the tooling communities, Jenkins, Maven, and so on. So that's it. So let's just have some preamble. I guess you will find some things quite easy. I hope that will go pretty quickly to the next one. And indeed, I've already lost many seconds. 5 minutes, 50 tips and tricks. So the answer to everything in the universe, 42 seconds per tip. So let's try, let's start. So the first one, which I like pretty much, is Control S, because so sometimes I find people don't know it, so that's cool. Oh, let's just start from the right, for real. So first one to start easily, I would say, is about workspace. When you often switch between workspaces, you may find useful to have something to distinguish between workspaces. So you want to use, for example, the right name, and if you specify that here, you will notice that then you have that thing to distinguish between the workspaces you're working in. There's then another one which may be cool. I'm sure you know about the fact that you can actually switch between package presentation modes in hierarchical, which I prefer actually. And then sometimes in Java particularly, we have very deep packages sometimes, so you can actually improve that by using a special thing in Java appearance and activate what's called the package name abbreviations by just defining somehow dot properties thing that is going to be replaced in the package explorer by that. So when I click that, you're going to see here that every package is going to be, and sometimes with very deep directories can be a bit useful. So let's continue, let's keep on showing. I hope you know already about Control-Shift-T, which lets you search for any class inside the workspace, inside the current class path. And you can use what's called the camel case. It's the uppercase, for example. And you can stop the matching at the end. For example, you can see that the third one is matching because the first characters are matching. You can stop that matching by using only a space or lower than. Okay. And you can even improve the selection by typing the lowercase characters between. For example, here I can type I and select a bit more. Okay. Another one, to keep on with the simple things, inheritance. Using classes with the code, I personally almost never use outline on the right because I prefer using the shortcut Control-O. And you can see that you have the current method of the current class, and if you type in once more current Control-O, you have the whole inheritance until the parents. That may be pretty useful in many cases. So then you may be aware too about the parallel of Control-Shift-T with Control-Shift-T find resources inside the whole workspace. Other, for example, and that works exactly another, and you can be finishing by other content. Another useful thing now is about being able to copy around or move things around, which you can do by selecting text and then Control Alt and arrow down or arrow up to copy text. And you can also do almost the same thing. For example, to distinguish, I'm going to type anything different. And if I want to move that, I just have to select, to focus on the line, and Alt, arrow down or arrow up to just move that line around, which is very useful most of the time when you want to move a statement, for example. What I often use inside Eclipse too is what's called what I call the quick contextual execution menu with Alt-Shift-X, where you can make appear the current class. For example, here I know that class has a main, so if I do Alt-Shift-X, then J as a Java application, you might see here, this is going to execute. And that's all, because there's no. Okay. Bug. There's something I quite dislike about Eclipse by default in workspaces, and I want to show you how to configure it. Is inside the Run debug menu. Actually, I don't really like when Eclipse is trying to run contextually the thing I'm in. So, for example, here the default value is often that. And it's going to try to execute the current class you are in. I don't want that. I just want to always to launch the previous one. So when you're trying to wandering around and maybe, for example, re-executing the previous JUnit test, you can try and modify the code anywhere, and it will always re-execute the previously run test, which I find more... let's now dig a bit more inside code, I would say. Some quick fixes, which is called like that, because actually there is a software in Eclipse, which is actually available through the mouse here, but you can also use the shortcut, which is called, which is accessible by Control-Shift-1, and then you have the contextual possibilities you can use in the place you are at, and here you can pretty much see that I can, for example, here remove that because indeed this is an unused method. A useful thing can be, for example, if you want to extract some code. I hope you never do that by hand, because they are quite useful in Eclipse. If you want to take that code, you can work indeed with a lot more long code. You can take that part and say refactor extract method, and it will only extracting method, just for the example, and we take the code and move it inside a dedicated method. There's indeed the contrary, which is shortcuts, refactor inline, and it's actually Alt-Shift-I. And I can choose to just remove every evocations or just the only current one I'm on. So I'm going to just remove it to go back to the previous state I was. And I'm back. The method was just in line where I was, and the method was removed. This is those possibilities and much more. For example, here I can select the method and rename it quite easily, doing Alt-Shift-R, like rename, which is again accessible through right-click, refactor rename, and rename that method. Okay. A cool thing, because I generally don't like ternary by default, And I think most often you want to remove ternaries. So here you have actually a way to let Eclipse do that for you by using, again, the quick fix. So should be okay. So replace conditional with if else, and that is going to replace indeed the something often seen as a good practice, which is to never ever use if and else without brackets. So to do that, again, I can just use the quick fix and say, okay, change if to blocks to add automatically the brackets. Okay. There's another thing which you may be used to if you use tools, quality code tools like, for example, SonarCube or the likes, which generally advise to not put the negative condition first. So you may want to invert the conditions here, the statements. So how do you do that? Just let Eclipse do that for you, because it won't work things up. It will do that better than you. So let's just select the right, there's only the, yeah, okay, invert if statement to just revert the condition and move the block, invert the code block too. By the way, if you decide that it's logical, but I think that's a less common use case, you can also just invert the condition without touching the code by using, neither in the right place, by using only the invert if statement, which is a bit different because it won't touch the code compared to the other one. If I do that correctly, okay. Another thing cool now is about generating code for processing or playing with collections in general or arrays or that kind of things. So you can use, for example, here, the thing you can see, I created a hub variable, and this is actually a list. When I call once again the Control-Shift-1 quick fix, I can create automatically many different types. And you can see that for that kind of thing, I can just create a typical Java 5 loop. I can also, if I revert, generate an old school iteration with index, and I can also generate, if I want to, another type of thing with an iterator to iterate to that kind of thing. There's a cool thing inside Eclipse because you may realize here, if you were, for example, yesterday to the talk of Vincent here, he talked about the fact that there's not some help, for example, to use Eclipse in some cases with Java 8. And here you may want to use strings to be able to process the things inside the loop. So to do that, you can use a template instead of using that kind of thing and just say, for each, I'm going to show you before I use it. Templates are here. No, not here. Sorry, that's the one here. Okay. And here, I've copied the code of Vincent to have a real example of templates. And now I declare the variable and the thing to be iterated on and where the cursor is going to go. It's a generic thing. You can write the code you want to generate on your typical use case. That is going to be more concrete in a few seconds when I'm going to use it. So let's use it. If I do for each, because it was the name 8, it will generate that. Then I can just type hop and then enter, and I will be inside and can start using, for example, the thing I wanted to use. That is, I hope in the future that kind of thing may become a standard thing accessible through quick fix to generate Java 8 style, what I would call processing more than looping. Something useful sometimes, particularly when your code is quite long, is to be able to find matching brackets. By the way, just an aside, if you want to be full screen, in general, you have the shortcut Control-M. So a bit more simple. I hope the code is readable. Yeah, cool. And the matching bracket here, I can indeed hover over it, and you can see that it's indeed put in evidence, highlighted, thanks. But you can also use Control-Shift-P to just switch first and the beginning and the end. Beginning and the end. Maybe useful. I talked a lot about the quick fix. There's actually another kind of quick fix, which I like to call the meta shortcut. I don't remember actually if I was the author of that name, but that doesn't matter. I heard it actually from the first time from Benjamin Cabé here. Anyway, when you don't remember the thing you want, find the shortcut on, you can just select the things you want and then Control-Shift-3, and then you are going in the menu. And for example, here I just want to extract constant, but I don't remember. I'm not sure the quick fix is going to be okay. So okay, Control-Shift-3, and I'm just going to say I want to do something with constant. Okay, some value. Yeah. Okay, enter. I'm done. A cool thing too, in general, when you have configured formatting, automatic formatting for your teams, for example, in Eclipse, because I advise you to use it because actually it is indeed very complete. And when you did it, sometimes you may be in the situation where you type some code, sometimes not in the right place, and then doing something, I don't know, that kind of thing. Non, je dis non. Anyway, n'importe quoi. Pourquoi j'ai pas traduit ces vagues, je comprends pas. Anyway, okay, I'm here, and if I hit Control-S, the code is not rightly formatted, as you see. You have two possibilities to format that code correctly, is to select it and just hit Control-Shift-F, because you generally, in general, you don't often want to hit Control-F in a whole file, generate, for example, diffs for things you shouldn't have touched. So this is a possibility to do that by hand afterwards. Or there is another more automatic possibility is to use what's called inside Eclipse the save actions. Save actions are accessible through Java Editor Save Actions menu, and you can say a lot of things when you save. So I'm gonna ask Eclipse to do, when I hit save, format source code, and I'm saying to Eclipse, only format the lines I just touched. Okay, so now I'm going to generate some modifications so that it takes my code as new. And if I hit Control-S, okay, up, it will format the code naturally as you go. You can concentrate on your code and it will be formatted automatically. You may have seen where when I'm using the control space shortcut to call what we generally call auto-completion, but for your information, you may not be aware of it, but inside Eclipse it's called content assist. So if you look for that menu inside the Eclipse preferences, you have to look not for auto-complete, you won't find anything, it's content assist. Okay. What I want to show you is the fact that, for example, in some cases, you may see that proposals here. For example, when I want to generate a method here, I have to hit some method. I have to do that kind of thing many times, and actually that kind of proposals are configurable and are accessible here, the Java editor, and I have to untuck here, 2 seconds, here. And you can then customize, for example, I don't care about SWT because I never use that kind of thing, and I want the template proposal to be a first proposal. And then, when you do that kind of thing, because actually I didn't customize the one I was using, but anyway. And then you can see that template proposal come as first, and can be, for example. Now I'm gonna show you a cool thing about what's called the favorites. So here, for example, you may, or in, let's take a JUnit test to be more close, generally do something like that, an assertion. You may be in a situation with JUnit 4 where you have to, if you do that not really correctly, calling the full qualified name of the class and then do that kind of thing. Actually, or for example, if you use the calendar class day of month, for example, that may be an issue because you don't find it fluent and you use it often. It can make that code quite long. Actually, you have a way to facilitate the insertion of that kind of classes by using what's called favorites. It's very useful to insert, to automatically search for matching methods or constants inside as static elements inside predefined classes or methods. So how do you use it? For example, here, for the sake of the presentation, I used, I declared that calendar star has to be available directly as a favorite. What does it trigger? It means that now I can actually use day like that of month or whatever I want. And when I hit enter, it's gonna automatically import the thing I just used and let me use it directly without the fully qualified version. Now I'm gonna talk about something that may remind you of something from last year about JSR 305, about null analysis, which I did here last year and kept. My mother is very, very annoyed. So, what if here I could specify the fact that receive null parameters in general. What's called the null analysis, and sometimes the JSR 305, but actually that JSR never got finished, but it's the name you find sometimes. Use that class, and then Eclipse is gonna add some hints. Let me show you how it's enabled, because it's actually not enabled by default. So in errors, it's in the part you may be aware of already, errors and warnings. You find it inside the compiler's error and warnings here. And at the bottom, you can enable an annotation-based null analysis. And when you do that, then Eclipse will give you some hints about what you do according to that kind of annotations to kind of make your code more type-safe. So when I hover over it, now you can see that Eclipse is saying, okay, I hinted about the fact that this method shouldn't take null parameter. If I do that now, this is actually dead code. And you can see that here it's only useless code. Here it's considered as an error because you're indeed and without any doubt passing a null thing to a non-null expecting method. Just talk about it a wee bit. For example, here, if I do, let's show you, no, let's just not be stupid. Great example. Here, okay, you can see that there's a class here and an attribute which is declared as non-null. So your list is going to be considered as non-null. But you can see that indeed in Java it's possible to declare a list as non-null, but to put elements inside, to add null elements. Inside maps too, inside things like that. With the new GSR, which is called 308, and its name is also type annotations, you can actually now annotate types inside generics, for example. If I now add, so you may have already seen that here I say illegal new throw an exception. So now I'm going to say, okay, in my case, and in general, I think it's more intuitive. I'm going to say that thing is also non-null in general. And now, Eclipse is also hinting me about the fact that what I'm checking here is useless too. For using inside Eclipse things like that kind of thing, okay, I already enabled it. So let's disable it for the sake of the presentation. Well, let's explain. In Eclipse, you may be used to the fact that when you type that kind of thing, and it's got improved in a recent version because thanks to code recommenders, but in any way, you can see that there's a bunch of things you generally don't want to use. For example, if you are mostly a backend developers, you are unlikely to use Java AWT. In general, you're unlikely to use it. And you're unlikely to use Java Swing. So what you can do, actually, is to help yourself about it. And for example, just, for example, Java Swing. Add that kind of declaration, and then when you are using the auto-completion, you see that no Java AWT is proposed and no thing about Java Swing is proposed. So you can actually use a bunch of things in this kind of thing, and there's actually more about it. You can, for example, declare an object. Let's declare a string as demo. And then when I use that kind of thing, you can see that there is a bunch of things I generally won't be willing to use. Even if you do concurrency today, if you use concurrent APIs, you generally will use more high-level libraries today. Anyway, if you are unlikely to use that kind of thing, you can even try and filter that kind of thing by just declaring Java long object. If I didn't. And now you can see that if I type things like that, I won't be even proposed with the method coming from the object class. You can still type it, because it's pretty annoying in some corner cases, but you can still type it, and it won't be an issue. You can see that hashcode, I had a question, equals and hashcode are present. It's actually because they are redefined in the string. A cool thing about what I call automatic contextualization, when you are actually inside an if, an instance of if, by the way, the Ceylon language does that by default without needing any cast. Anyway, in Java, here I can actually already do some kind of thing, that kind of thing. For example, you know the string class, and do directly using charat, for example. And when I type enter, it will directly autocast the thing I want to use. That may be pretty useful. About that, by the way, I'm going to show you another cool thing about replacing or changing the method you want to call. Here, for example, if I go there and I type here up equals, for example, let's keep the previous one, the previous method, and if I do control space and select another one, for example, and do enter, you can see that it's actually shifting the code on the right, and it may be annoying. So to switch that behavior, you can actually use what's inside, for example, excuse me, Java editor. I have a cheat sheet. Java editor content assist. Here, maybe pretty obvious. And you can actually toggle that to replace the behavior, the default behavior. So let's just choose that one. And now you can see that if I have charat 0 and equals, and if I enter, it's only just replacing it. And the cool thing about that is that if I actually want to not use the default or the parameter, the configuration that I set, I can actually toggle it by just using control when I hit enter. So here, you saw that if I hit enter, I'm going to replace the method. And if I want to switch that behavior quite live, I'm just going to do the same thing and just hit control enter and we'll revert to the previous behavior. Let's go back to a bit to the null analysis. When you want to improve, or in general, developers are to receive non-null things. So let's just try to make that the default behavior and just declare what the things that are not that kind of thing. So let's be obvious. It will be a bit more obvious when I do it. So to do that, I can create what's called a package-info.java. It's the package declaration file. I generally do that this way, and then quick fix, add package declaration. And then here I can say, okay, this package is non-null by default. And then when I hit Control S, you can see, for example, here, you can see that here, even that part is declared as redundant. So you need removing redundant declarations to be more to the point, and just declare the potentially deviating things to be clear about. For example, if that one is nullable, for example, here you can see, okay. A cool thing about categorizing things, you can, by using Control O or the outline, if you use it, that is the same thing, you can actually list the method here and filter the method you don't want to see by using what's called the category. How do you use it? It's pretty simple. You declare a category here in the Java doc. You can put any text you want, and then using Control O, you can just say, okay, I want to see, let's say the getter and the complex method, and then I see the getter. You may be indeed wanting to not see the trivial methods, or any case you want to implement. I'm going to try and zoom inside the thing I think are cool, because I think I'm running out of time. Time is running quite fast. Okay. Let's show you a cool thing about breakpointing in general. Let's say I want to here debug the substring behavior. Here I have a conditional breakpoint. you may be aware of what a conditional breakpoint is. A conditional breakpoint is a breakpoint that can receive a condition. But you can tweak that behavior to actually debug external code to add, for example, logging inside external code to debug it. So here, what did I do? I printing something when the substring method is called from an outside point of view. So let's see how, and I'm returning false. What does it make? That makes that the debugger is never going to stop, but is going only to display the thing I'm calling. So let's and call that breakpointing method. I'll shift X and I'll shift D, J. And you can see, indeed, that there was quite a lot of calls so to substring, maybe to Eclipse for bootstrapping the Java application, and so on, and then seeing that, indeed, substring method was called with the parameter here, and so on. Okay, I think I'm running out of time, so I'm going to try and choose the one I think are better. Show you is about logical structure. Let's imagine that you have complex classes and you want to, when you debug, present a different version that it is. If you have a complex node architecture and so on, you want to display, for example, as a simple string. How do you do it? You declare actually what's called inside Eclipse a logical structure, and you are going to see that indeed there's already declared many things about that. So map is already declared this way, and you can see that here I declared a special behavior about my class. I'm gonna call on that specific class. I'm gonna just show you in a few seconds. When the content is called in debugging, I'm gonna live decode it because I encode it in base 64 to help me see the content a bit more easily. So let's try and debug it. Let's just think about it a bit. And when up here, you can see that indeed the content, let's just show you quickly the content of that class to make it a bit clearer. It's a very simple class with a constructor, and when you send the content, it's immediately encoded into base 64. That's all. Okay, let's get back to debug. And then here you can see that indeed there is the base 64 version. If I want to see its content directly, I am going to enable the show logical structure. And now, if I go there normally, if the demo gods are with me, should be okay, should be not okay. Okay. Anyway, I think that's going to be... I'm running out of time. Let's another one. Okay, I think it won't work. I don't know why. Anyway. Okay, one small thing, one last thing, which may not be related actually to Eclipse really. I wanted to show you that because I found it quite funny. Mars came out recently, and actually you can be able to generate using P2 director a customized version of Eclipse. So what I'm doing here is download, then customizing with adding eGit, adding M2E, adding Sonar. So I'm going to build it. the cache is being used if you don't know Docker. And then I'm going to put that out. You can see that it generated a emars directory. And then I'm just going to show to change the rights. And emars, tuck, tuck, tuck. And now, okay, I have an Eclipse Mars configured and on which I added many plugins. That may be cool because actually this lets you configure and script the fact that you are using a base version of Eclipse and adding some plugins into it. Anyway, all that thing will be available in my slides. I hope you enjoyed it. I was a wee bit more longer than planned. And that's it. Thank you. Ouais, c'est ça. Je sais pas ce que j'ai fait là.